Dane komórkowe?
No ja mam internet.
Ja mam dane komórkowe włączone, oczywiście.
O, cichutko, idealnie.
Wiesz,
Dobra.
jaki jest...
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is our first good morning, and this is still an unofficial welcome, but we are about to open the Salesian Climate Convent, the Salesian Climate Con, and we have here with us also some foreign guests, and we are very glad to
Zapraszamy ostatnich gości.
So could we please ask the last guest to join us? The media, welcome, we are very glad you're here. A very important message will be flowing from the Silesian Voivodeship, so we really count on your presence, that is the media. I am Marek Marwa. It's time to open the first historic Silesian Climate Con. This will be dedicated to the key challenges of the 21st century, namely the climate and air quality. And we have 2 days in store of an extensive discussion on the subject matter, 15 thematic sessions, experts from Poland and from the entire European Union. We are here in a very special place. I'm not talking only about the Silesian Stadium, we are here in the Silesian Voivodeship, where we can see, as if in a lens, we can see the sheer scale of ambition and of the expectations. We are in the region associated with heavy industry, which every single day, regardless of the season of the year, wants to breathe fully and breathe some fresh air and clean air. And we are here at the stadium, so a game is on all over Europe, a game to succeed. So this stadium remembers excellent Polish athletes, so it's time for more success in this respect. On behalf of the organizer, the Silesian Self-Government Authority, I would like to welcome you, the board of the Silesian Voivodeship, Jakub Chełstowski, the Marshal. And I would like to welcome representatives of the government, central government administration and self-government administration, Deputy Voivod, Mr. Sząszcz. We have here our foreign guests, quite big delegation representing regions from Czechia and Slovakia. We also have a representative of the European Commission, Wilhelmus de Wild, Policy Officer, Clean Air Unit, Directorate General for Environment, European Commission. So I would like to welcome all the councillors of the Silesian Voivodeship, the representatives of the Parliament, MPs and senators who have agreed to be with us. And I would like to welcome representatives of business, and finally, the president of the Katowice Special Economic Zone, Janusz Michałek. Welcome. Also, hello to our partner of our Silesian Climate Con, the Polish Smog Alarm. Representatives of this organization are here with us. And the Silesian Stadium is becoming an arena of an intellectual peloton, which is supposed to answer these key challenges. And Mr. Rostowski, the Marshal, started this marathon actually, and we know where we started, but we need to talk about where we want to be 10 years from now. In the official opening of the first Silesian Climate Con, please let us give the floor to the Marshal, Jakub Chełstowski, to open it officially. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Voivod, MPs, local government representatives, and most distinguished guests. Sorry for the slight delay, but we'll try to catch up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy we are meeting here. I believe that we'll definitely not be short of topics to discuss. As one editor put it quite neatly, this is our Silesian COP. And this actually renders the spirit of what is in store for us. I believe that the awareness of change in the region is huge. However, this change needs to be reasonable and rational. It must not be exclusive or take place at the expense of anything. I believe that Silesia, with its potential in terms of the economic character and the environmental character, I know that we are labeled, and we have been labeled outside as a region which people imagine that there is, a whole lot of smoke and exhaust gases coming from our, and flue gases coming from our industrial plants and metallurgical works and whatnot. But we had a meeting with the Ministry of also Foreign Affairs and representatives of embassies who work in Poland and visit the regions every now and then. And when we took them from the north through the center of the country to the south, they said that they were shocked to see that our region was so green, so environmentally friendly, so attractive, so many attractions in so many areas in terms of the tourist sector. And although many had been working diplomatic posts all over the country for many years. They still associated this region with this heavy industry and with environmental pollution, and they realized that it was not entirely the case. So this is also a lot of work with the central government administration, between central and self-government authorities. But there's a lot of discussion for us in store. About a month and a half from now, the full Anti-Smog Act will enter into force, as far as dates are concerned, and at the level of the Silesian Diet, there is this 2030 strategy, the low-emission economy, knowledge-based economy based on state-of-the-art technologies which are not as harmful to the environment as the old ones, and also the dates, some very important dates we've been discussing in terms of the board, in terms of proposing this to decision assembly. If we're talking about single-family housing, when the prohibition on firing coal and wood will enter into force. This is something that's going on all over Europe. The national energy policy points to 2031, I believe. So, following this document, we need to point out that we need to speed this up, but this needs to be a debate which will bring some reasonable results and rational results. It's not about ideology, it's about air quality, it's about air cleanliness, it's about being aware that what we breathe is what makes us healthy or sick at the end of the day. But this change needs to be rational and reasonable. I've been working for 3 years in the Committee of Regions in the respective group where discussions take place constantly as I work in the respective commission, and basically these changes continue to be necessary, but not at the expense of people and not at the expense of a reasonable and rational approach. We need to develop reasonable conditions which won't exclude anyone or degrade anyone or anything, and this is definitely a big challenge for everyone. But I believe that as we are all here, we feel at heart there's some big change that needs to take place, which needs to take place at a greater pace in the coming years, and we need to be consistent. We must not shun the problem. We must not say that it's not our business, it's the business of the marshal, it's the business of the central government, that we want to do something but we can't do anything. This way of thinking must end. We need to think creatively and rationally. There are a lot of examples here in Silesia that the circular economy, which show that the circular economy is working. I'm looking at Mr. Giereciak, who hasn't been to Tychy. I invite you to visit that city because it's the only water complex, swimming pool complex which has energy from renewable energy sources, and actually the chairman always boasts about this facility, that it has been profitable year after year and many people have been going there. And this shows us perfectly well that this business related and economic goal can be pursued successfully, and this is a thing. But we must not actually be offended with the reality, and if we visit some smaller towns where there are no district heating networks, well, we still feel the odor which is omnipresent. We must not pretend that that the problem is not there, but the local self-government authorities need to kind of set the route and indicate the way. And I'm happy that young people will take part in this debate in such great numbers. I always encourage the youth assembly to, perhaps refrain from, happenings. It really gives us adrenaline that we can go and protest and shout. But actually, we should also sit down and work out some mechanisms which will stimulate young people to act. They will not feel helpless in what the situation is, but they also need to have a feeling of the changes being rational and reasonable. And I'm very happy that this kind of initiative will be functioning at this Silesian COP of ours, because the future is in the hands of young people and they need to take responsibility for the future, but they also need to realize what the problems are of the people, the problems that they are facing. Thank you to all those involved, Mr. Domagała, and and the team from Regional Development for their active contribution to the preparation of this event, and I'm very happy that we have been doing it. Mr. Kałuża, Mr. Starzycki are here. We also have other people joining us in a while. And I do hope that these conclusions will be constructive, and then when we will translate this into our regional assembly policy, we will be able to vote these solutions through and implement them. I am happy that the Green Silesian Voivodeship strategy, that is low emission economy and ecology, has been adopted unanimously by the current Voivodeship Assembly, and this shows us that we are actually capable of coming to terms, but we still have a lot to do. We also have a great responsibility on the part of economic environments, sector environments, regional authorities on how to implement the strategy, but we must not shun the discussion about difficult problems. We need to set the deadlines, we need to set the goals rationally, consistently, in collaboration with the central government, with institutions. Everybody wants those changes, but on the other hand, we also need to help the local people, educate, point to them how this can be done smartly. And the head of the Polish Smogolot, the most active person there, actually gave us a very important piece of information. In their ranking list, an independent ranking list in terms of clean air, 52 out of 100 communes are Silesian communes or municipalities. So this shows us that we can be active, we can work together. If we look at the total number of communes here, well, it's not that great, but it shows us that Silesia is active and it's striving for this change. However, we must do more. I wish you a fruitful session. I do appreciate critical opinions, however, opinions pertaining to the subject matter. If someone is determined to collaborate, I do invite these people to work with us, and hopefully these 2 days will point smart directions to us, and this Silesian COP will be successful. That in Glasgow, well, the opinions are, diverse, but Silesia, I guess, is capable of working out some solutions which everyone will accept and will hopefully subscribe to them. So I wish you 2 great days of discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Marshal said, as Mr. Ostowski said, "Stop Smog" is a slogan that has been echoing not only in the Silesian Voivodeship. So during this Climate Con, we will also meet representatives of other self-government authorities from Poland, but we will also listen to experiences of representatives from other regions, from Czechia, Slovakia, and we will talk about this, we'll talk about the climate, air quality, and seek to find the best possible solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe is actually a continent of regions, so we have to give the floor to Jadwiga Wiśniowska, member of the European Parliament. Let's listen to her.
Serdecznie dziękuję za zaproszenie na Śląski Konwent Klimatyczny. Ze względu na sesję plenarną Parlamentu Europejskiego nie mogę być z Państwem osobiście. Korzystając więc z możliwości, jakie daje przekaz wideo, przesyłam wyrazy uznania dla organizatorów za podjęcie tego ważnego tematu i próbę zmierzenia się z wielkim wyzwaniem, jakim jest poprawa jakości powietrza. Wiele w tej kwestii udało się zrobić. Wśród 100 gmin najczęściej korzystających z rządowego programu Czyste Powietrze 44 to gminy z województwa śląskiego. Tylko we wrześniu w naszym regionie podpisano ponad 2200 umów na dofinansowanie wymiany kopciuchów. Problem jednak wciąż istnieje. Musimy zrobić wszystko, by jeszcze bardziej efektywnie działać na rzecz poprawy jakości powietrza. Jestem przekonana, że Śląski Konwent Klimatyczny wypracuje wiele dobrych pomysłów, które będziemy realizować w przyszłości. Zatem życzę Państwu owocnych obrad i przede wszystkim zdrowia. Z serdecznymi pozdrowieniami Jadwiga Wiśniewska, poseł do Parlamentu Europejskiego z województwa śląskiego.
So this has been a voice from Brussels, and another very important contribution will come from the President of the Council of Ministers. So let us have Jan Chrząszcz, representative of the government administration. Deputy Voivod.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The participants of the ClimateCon have received a letter, official letter, from the Prime Minister and President of the Council of Ministers of Poland. Let me please read to you the letter from Mr. Prime Minister. Chorzów, 22nd of November, 2021. Dear ladies and gentlemen, despite the changes that the recent years' transition involves, the Polish power engineering sector is, to a certain extent, based on obsolete coal-fired power units, which makes us facing a significant challenge and will face those significant challenges of new investments over the next decade to create a new power system. I'm very happy that you have all gathered up at 2021 ClimateCon, a Silesian Climate Convention, to discuss what is particularly important for the future of our country. As a representative of the country's government, let me stress that we realize that the transitions towards low-emission power economy is necessary. Failure to act in this respect will cost us more than the introduction of the necessary changes. Let me stress that energy transformation must not be to the detriment and at the expense of people. And therefore, if we want to be consistent as an international community, tackling the matters of climate, we must realize the starting point of these inevitable changes. We must realize that the situation of the United States is completely different, or the situation of the wealthy Western European countries is completely different than that of the Central Eastern European countries, including Poland. This should have an impact on the proposed speed and rate of changes and transitions proposed, so that it caters to the local requirements, but also caters to all the problems and challenges identified. Sorry for me being, well, slightly cold, but this is actually due to the beginning of the heating season. You know, the household heaters, allergies, nothing more to that. Now, Poland's climate policy, assumed by 2040, assumes our vision of transformations and modification in such a manner that Poland should walk the path striving to rise to climate neutrality and carbon neutrality, including some internal requirements. One of the pillars of the power transition of Poland will be to ensure the just transition by providing new opportunities for regions to develop and allowing communities most affected by those transitions to also respond to these needs. This is particularly important for all coal regions in transition: Upper Silesia, Lower Silesia, Greater Poland and Lesser Poland, including the voivodeships of Łódzkie and Wojewódzkie. In our opinion, just energy transition is based not so much on defending high-emission coal-based facilities, but rather it should involve proposing alternatives, attractive alternatives to them, involving implementation of high-end, low-emission technologies. Investing in favor of innovation, therefore, is not any opposition to the just transition of coal and energy industries, but rather they support the changes actually happening in those sectors. We believe that the entire process will provide an impulse for the development of the economy of every single region in favor of competitiveness and creation of the potential for innovativeness based on new specialization and high-end technologies over the entire supply chain. This would entail the possibility to create as many as 300,000 new jobs in high-potential sectors and industries, including these related to RES, nuclear power, e-mobility, network infrastructure, digitization, as well as thermal upgrading of buildings. Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply convinced that the implementation of Poland's climate policy 2040 will allow us to build a completely new power engineering system effectively and responsibly in order to fulfill the jobs and this large task to be attained, one that requires shared and joint effort. And therefore, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. The conference created to share experience and knowledge to work out new solutions pertaining to all these matters so dear and so important to the Upper Silesia, precisely at the heart of which the convent is held. I wish you all that you have many fruitful and valuable discussions. Best regards, Mateusz Morawiecki. And on my part, I would also like to invite you to this convention, to the discussions. May it be as valuable as possible. May you successfully come up with some valuable insights and new solutions. Thank you very much. And we thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In order to meet the challenges of the European Union, we need European funds, obviously. A vote at this convention, virtually, but still, will be given by Grzegorz Puda, Minister of Funds and Regional Policy. Ladies and gentlemen, climate changes and degradation of climate are some of the main challenges for Europe and the rest of the world. The path towards carbon neutrality is a big challenge for the Polish economy. It is therefore very important that the transition of the power engineering sector is evolutionary, not revolutionary, which will also allow us to spread its costs over time. What is also of key importance is to take care that this transition is just. In order for that to happen, it must go in parallel in all regions. All regions where coal is extracted or where still the costs of the previous, sometimes abrupt decommissioning or phasing out of mining industry are incurred. The goal of climate and carbon neutrality, the Just Transition Fund, is its main tool. The purpose of the fund is to finance the remedial actions, those that are supposed to rectify social and economic consequences of this transition. The total value of the fund is 4.4 billion euros. 3.8 billion of that will go to 6 provinces or voivodeships. Śląskie, Wielkopolskie, Dolnośląskie, Lubelskie, Łódzkie. These are the regions. Poland will be the biggest beneficiary of the Just Transition Fund. The conditions of making use of the money is that the regions prepare and that the European Commission approve territorial just transition plans. The fund will constitute a stimulus for the upscaling of the transition process, and it will also support it. And I hope that the Climate Con 2021 Climate Con in Silesia will be a perfect opportunity for discussion for the main stakeholders of the just transition process in Poland to share their experience and exchange opinions. And I wish that is very valuable to all of you. Let me just add that Minister is actually originally based, or actually comes from this voivodeship. He knows by heart the scale of challenges that this region is facing. Let's start this substance session. Let's take care of a better climate and clean air. And I would like to invite Hostowski, the Marshal of the Silesian Province. I would like to invite Wilhelmus de Wild, Policy Officer of Director General for Environment. We'll also have Tomasz Bednarek, CEO of the Regional Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management in Katowice. Andrzej Kuła, co-founder and leader of the Polish Smog Alarm. We'll also have a person that you know perfectly, Tomasz Orzek. And we'll also have Mr. Orzech, who's the cleaner of the Clean Air Program, a well-known influencer of the net. Please take your seats. And the first question goes to the Marshal of the Silesian Voivodeship, what are the activities that the Voivodeship actually undertakes on a regional level that are aimed to improve the quality of air? Well, there's quite a number of those, but let's try to extract what you consider most important in this respect. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers, hello. Let me give you the following significant example. The city of Żywiec, and I see representatives of local authorities somewhere there. Now, this is a city that in all the rankings possible was ranked, well, as far as the quality of air was last. Fantastic location, fantastic history of the place, but well, unfortunately, it was always ranked the last in terms of air quality. As if in a lens of that focused all the problems of the entire region, that's precisely what you could observe in the city of Żywiec. And the program implemented there was not just to replace the smoke-belching household furnaces, but obviously try to address these problems in a more comprehensive manner. It seemed originally that we couldn't find the right finances, but for the good collaboration with the European Commission and because of the good collaboration with the state government, like with the Marshal Kałuża, we have reoriented the operational program that we managed to actually allocate as much as 80 million zlotys in the Żywiec region. But we need significantly more of these schemes. What we also need is the synergy in local authorities that should create and originate those projects together. And the more of these programs and schemes will come up in the next financing project, the better the chance we have for the smoke problem to be solved. Obviously, every single city in Silesia, every region and sub-region in Silesia has its very specific problems. Take the city of Ruda Śląska, a completely different nature of a city, completely different set of problems. But at the same time, it clearly shows that the synergy bonus is obviously very high. If you think of local competences vis-à-vis the financing perspective for the years up to 2027, we've already allocated 700 million euros as far as the cohesion fund alone. That's more than 3 billion zlotys. We've never had such a fund as far as RES-based projects. And it also clearly shows the very scale of our determination. Plus, obviously, the state allocated funds, programs such as My Air, My Electricity, and so on and so forth. We are praised by the entire Europe, but before 2015, not so many of them actually were in place. It was at that point where something changed in the year 2015 that actually those programs started being implemented with full momentum, and now there's plenty of them clearly highlighting our determination, but we need even more of that. Local authorities obviously set, or regional authorities set a certain trends to be followed as far as all these efforts are concerned, either from the region's budgets, and we need those EU funds obviously, and many of those activities have been successfully completed recently, those addressing low emission economy. I think it was a couple of weeks ago that with Minister Kurtyka we've actually signing a kind of a memorandum for co-financing here at this very place. To fund some programs for the fleet of buses to be changed to implement hybrid buses. That's the true revolution as far as public transport is concerned. But I asked the president of the metropolis about how many buses run the metropolis, and he said 1,700. So that clearly showcases the scale of needs of this region. What we need is big determination of everybody and shared addressing of problems to be more effective. I also met with the Polish smoke alert here, so that to know as the activists perceive these problems and to show them how they should be involved in the perception of the problems, in implementation of individual provisions of the communal or municipal low emission programs, whatever they are called, or clean air programs on a local level. Because obviously every mayor, every head of a commune, and every marshal says we've done the best we could, but let's agree that there is this invisible hand of the experts that is tampering with all these matters that they deal, and they will obviously objectively try to assess what they did. And I'm not going to brag too much about it. I don't want to spend too much time on that. Together with Marshal Kałuża, 3 weeks ago, we were at the Local Thinking Summit in the Netherlands. Well, a very depressive country, we might say. All country in big depression, really. However, we are obviously just talking about the flooding. That's a rather periodical problem they are tackling, right? But they translated this into some significant solutions. Insulation, up to 4 p.m. Wherever you take a look, there are PV panels on the floors. Hence, the results in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. Another aspect that I really particularly liked about their idea is that the Netherlands, a few years ago, they were actually building domes and barrages. They were actually trying to fight the flood from the ocean, from the sea. They were pressing on the country. However, they've surveyed, diagnosed the problems that they simply indicated floodplains. Floodplains, there are areas that are very difficult to actually defend. So a part of the population simply had to move to other areas. But as of now, the mechanism of non-building dams and barrages actually led them to solving their problems to a significant extent. So we should actually make use of the philosophy waiving to build or abstaining from building dams and barrages. But let's implement the mechanism in a informed manner. It's really hard to go to the south of Poland and say that, well, they should not, they should not start firing coal or wood in order to heat their houses, just, connect to the gas network ad hoc. It's simply impossible for them. But let's assume this is good practice. Obviously, we have to recognize the bigger or lesser problems, but the communes that talk to one another, they build good alliances, they reach out for the local, regional, state and European funds to implement good projects, and we need even more of those. However, we have to define goals and targets, and what seemed to be impossible a few years ago, departure from coal as far as detached housing, if not municipal housing industry, must simply become a fact. Now, if you don't believe in that, well, I can give you a kind of a, study tour, a kind of a visit, a sightseeing tour over our municipalities and communes. You can breathe the full lungs with fresh, clean air, because this is clearly what the results of our activities are. Again, as far as hospitals are concerned, there are 45 in our region. We are talking to the president and the directors and CEOs of these hospitals, and civilization diseases. This is a huge problem, and clean air is one of the solutions, and we really have to make sure that we solve these problems. Thank you for that, and thank you for bringing the Żywiec region to the table. Wilhelm Mustefield was actually visiting this region recently, and therefore I address you and the question to you.
What is the relationship of this to the European standards and expectations? Because a very important thing also involves the possibilities present and possibilities on the table. Transformation is a process, right?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Guido de Wild, representing DG Environment, part of the European Commission in Brussels. And I would like to discuss with you briefly the European perspective, as the moderator was indicating, to see what can be happening in Silesia, but also from a European perspective. Well, first of all, I would like to say that when it comes to EU standards and expectations, we first have to mention the European Green Deal. That is the big guiding document right now. And the European Green Deal is not just about climate. I want to stress this. People think that it is about climate, but it is also about pollution, it is about biodiversity, it is about resources. So it is far wider than just climate. It is a Green Deal in a very holistic view. Of course, when you look at the pollution chapter, it is very important to look also at clean air. Clean air is the prime environmental hazard in Europe, and it has to be addressed. It has been addressed over the past years, and as already was said, we should not despair. Progress has been made, But when science evolves, for example, from the data from the World Health Organization, it is clear that more has to be done. So there has been a development following the European Green Deal, and that is called the Zero Pollution Action Plan. And in this Zero Pollution Action Plan, we want to address not just cleaner air, but also cleaner water and a lot of other challenges related to pollution. I would like to stress in this context the relevance for air, because we are talking here about climate and about air, and that is one big atmosphere. So when you look at the Zero Pollution Action Plan, you will see that, for example, there is a review of the Industrial Emissions Directive. It was already mentioned that heavy industry is important. Heavy industry is an emitter, not necessarily the largest emitter. That is some kind of myth that still is circulating somewhere. But we want to strengthen the provisions for emissions from industry. We also want to revise the Air Quality Directive. So we have an Air Quality Directive with standards that is dating from 2008. Science has evolved. WHO has made new recommendations. And we would like to see these new values, standards, limit values suggested by the WHO translated into European legislation. For this, we did a fitness check of the Air Quality Directive, and that has interesting results. The old directive was delivering, but there were some things that could be strengthened. For example, better monitoring and better modeling. If you don't monitor, you don't know what the problem is. As I was told recently, here in Silesia, some communes seem green because they don't monitor. And if you are honest and you measure the pollution, you get a bad image, but it is because you want to do something about it. But first you have to monitor to see the scale of the problem, and then you can address things. So that is important to have good monitoring. That is part of the result of a fitness check, and that will be also reflected in new legislation. We also would like to see the input from all stakeholders, and that can be organizations from industry, that can be but also local governments, regional governments, national governments, in a kind of consultation process, and that is ongoing. So if you have views in Silesia, you should also make them known in Brussels, because otherwise this legislation goes on, the process goes on, and then you wake up perhaps when it is adopted, and then you say, well, we face a problem here, or we face challenges. So be part of the process. I was very happy to learn already from the various speakers before me that there is a motivation here to address this, to participate. So I would also like to invite you to participate in this process, that you can also be part of this legislative process. It is very important to stress that this new legislation is not to harass people or whatever, but it is to improve the quality of life for all EU citizens. That is an important goal. All over Europe, we have the same kind of lungs. Danish lungs and Dutch lungs are not different from Czech lungs or from Polish lungs. So we all need to make sure that we breathe clean air. We also want to make sure that in this context we have a goal. It's important to have a goal, that was also mentioned earlier today, to reduce premature deaths, notably by particulate matter, by half by 2030. So we want to reduce the health impact. So this is part of the zero pollution ambition. You can never have zero pollution, but we can certainly have a zero pollution ambition to reduce it as much as possible. Another important legislative development in the air dimension is the National Emission Ceilings Directive and the National Air Pollution Control Programs. So that is at national level, which sets a ceiling on certain emissions of certain air pollutants. For example, ammonia, but also, for example, particulate matter, and for example, NOx. This is important. This is national level. This is setting standards for emissions, total emissions in a country, whereas the Air Quality Directive will look at concentrations. And concentrations at local level are directly relevant for the health of people. So we have a kind of good framework, and this framework is being strengthened. And in support of this, we also have all kind of source legislation, like eco-design and standards for cars, etc. I would like to now go to some characteristics in the general EU views, and that you might learn something from this and use it to your advantage. When it is about clean air and about climate, I would like to stress that you have, as certainly in Poland, huge financial resources from the EU. But it is also important that you make them available for air quality and for climate purposes. So you have structural funds, and Poland is a very good taker of these funds, but do them and use them in a responsible way, in a functional way, and that is very important. So allocate it. We will check the operational programs, for example, the rural development programs in the coming years, to see if that is really mainstreaming enough, and that can be for domestic heating, and it can be for cleaner mobility, sustainable mobility, urban mobility, interregional mobility, etc. Second important comment that we would like to stress in all the discussions with member states, with regions and local governments: don't think in silos. The time is gone that you could say, this is transport, this is agriculture, this is environment. Yeah, we create a problem in agriculture, we create a problem in transport, but the environmental colleagues will solve it. No, that is not going to work. Everyone needs to mainstream air quality and climate concerns in their fields. And that can be done. We are doing it at EU level, but it is also important to do this at regional and local level. A third element that you see popping up in all kinds of legislation and programs and discussions at the EU is looking for synergies. For example, climate and air policy have in many cases synergies. Clean buses can help, for example, e-mobility can help for noise, can help for air quality, and can help for climate purposes. So you have a win-win-win situation. But another important principle is do no significant harm. And that's important. You don't want to solve one problem by creating another problem. For example, biomass, you have to be careful with this, because biomass can lead to PM emissions. That was already mentioned. You have solid fuel bans in several parts. You don't want to throw out coal and then introduce biomass and get another PM problem instead. That is not going to help air quality and the benefits for the citizens. So that is why we are looking at this. Do no significant harm is an important principle. Another important principle that we look more and more in Europe, and that is also pushed by the European Parliament, it is pushed by the European Court of Auditors. It is not just about making a budget available. It's also important what you do with a budget. So start to look at and start to quantify or to make some estimates. What will it deliver? How much tons of CO2, but also how many tons of PM or NOx can be reduced or can be avoided? This is a kind of performance-based EU support system. And you see this, we have to do tracking at EU level because the Parliament wants this, European Parliament. We need to explain to citizens where is the money going and what is it delivering. So this is an important new element that is pushed by the legislators, member states, and by the Parliament. And we, as the European Commission, have to follow this. But this will also reflect on your programs and your plans. And a fifth dimension that I would like to stress, and I'm happy to see and to hear today that there are also representatives from the Czech Republic and from Slovakia and from organizations that work at European level. International cooperation is also important. You can learn from others. It can be for monitoring, for modeling. For example, we have networks in the EU that are managed by the Joint Research Center of the Commission for modeling and for monitoring. You have all kinds of projects, and that can be Interreg projects, it can be other projects, it can be a live integrated project, for example, in Malopolska, that had an international dimension. But international cooperation is very useful to avoid reinventing the wheel again. A lot has been done in Europe, and it is just a matter of knowing this and then adapting it at reasonable cost or no cost at all. And we can be a facilitator for this as well. So I would leave it like this for the moment. If you have questions for the moderator later on. And otherwise, if people are interested, I will be here all day. So don't hesitate to approach me in the lunch break or a coffee break or whatever.
Of course. Thank you very much. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo ważny jest ten punkt odniesienia.
Yes, this is very important as a point of reference. Obviously, the Silesian Voivodeship does not lack motivation, but this is also about looking into the future. Because if someone had visited the Silesian Voivodeship 40 years ago, they wouldn't have seen the zone of culture in the very center of the city. They would have seen a mine. So this is a question for the smog alert. So let us ask about the pace of changes. The anti-smog bill is on the table. This is a hard document. And we know that the voivodeships have been making decisions. The Małopolskie Voivodeship, for instance, this green direction, Silesia said, is it powerful enough? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this question about the Silesian voivodeship is tremendously important because we are on the verge of the bill being actually enacted. It's going to enter into force on the 1st of January 2022. So all eyes on the Silesian voivodeship now. So if this process is successful in this voivodeship, then it will be successful in other parts of the country too. I have to say that it is with great optimism and with great hope that I'm looking at this process of transition, a very difficult transition indeed, because we are talking here in the area of the Silesian voivodeship about hundreds of thousands of houses which will have to have their heating sources replaced in order to solve this dramatic problem we are dealing with, this problem of the disastrous air quality we've been dealing with for quite some time. But this process will be successful in particular provided that we have committed and involved local leaders, self-government leaders. We see that where self-government are active, where they help the local citizens, where they actually reach out to them with information about the Anti-Smog Act, they open up beneficiary service points. There the effects are tangible. And the Marshal has mentioned this is a particular day today because together with the National Fund for Environmental Protection, we are publishing another quarterly ranking list of activity of communes in the Clean Air Program. And when I looked at the results yesterday, out of the 100 most active communes and municipalities in Poland, 52 are communes from the area of the Silesian voivodeship. And it's clear that particularly large activity is seen of the western sub-region. And when we looked at those communes, indeed this coincides with the activity of the self-government authority representatives. And so in order to solve the problem, we need local leaders, we need committed self-government officials. And at this point, we are in a totally different situation compared to a couple of years ago. It is not a problem today to have access to funds for the replacement of stoves, for thermal upgrading of houses. We have the Clean Air Program, and starting in January, a new program will be launched dedicated to multi-family housing. And I believe that what is very big a challenge nowadays involves communicating to the general public, communicating this change to the general public, but also, and last but not least, consistency in the deployment of these anti-smog laws. I live in Krakow, and when people come to Krakow, they say, well, you know, we can breathe differently now. Yes, because Krakow is a place where the Anti-Smog Act has been implemented, because there's three elements, tremendously important elements. Information education in the first place, reaching out to people with information that there is an anti-smog law and it is entering into force. That was the 1st of September 2019 in the case of Krakow. Reaching out to the local citizens with information, it's very difficult, but very, very important. They won't replace their stoves unless they know about this local law. Another important element involves helping the local citizens in obtaining co-financing subsidies, access to programs for thermal upgrading, replacement of old coal-fired stoves and furnaces. And the third element I mentioned is coherence and consistency. We must not allow a situation in which we enact a law, but then it just becomes a, something written on paper and does not work in practice. So these three elements were actually acted upon consistently in Krakow, and they keep being acted upon. And I have the profound conviction that this will happen in the Silesian voivodeship. A question for Mr. Bednarek. We see these leaders. Let us ask from this arithmetic perspective, you actually work with the Clean Air Program. So what about the interest in this program, in these big figures, so to speak? The Clean Air Program, it has enjoyed very much interest from the very start in Silesia, especially. And from the very start, the Silesian voivodeship has been a leader of the Clean Air Program. But what makes me most happy is the sheer dynamics of development of this program. And I remember that just under a year ago, we were here at the debate, actually in Telewizja Katowice, local television, with a representative of the smog alert that was late 2020, early 2021. And I said that we had 350, 400 motions or applications received, or requests received per week. And then I heard that's not enough. So after a year, I can say that today we have 900 requests incoming every week. So that makes 4,000 a month, and in 2018 we accepted around 4,000 requests, 10,000 in 2019, around 12,000 in 2020. So we have over 30,000 this year, and around 60,000 for requests from the start of the program for the amount of 800 million zlotys. So this dynamic shows that we can actually achieve this goal realistically. Everybody fought for. And so these 52 communes out of 100 in the whole of Poland, this actually shows that this activity is high. And I have to add that in this ranking list, for the first 10 communes, actually 10 are from the Silesian Voivodeship, and out of the first 20, 19 are from the Silesian Voivodeship, which shows us that they are indeed the most active ones. And what Andrzej said just a while ago, activity on the part of self-government entities and authorities, this shows us that wherever self-government authorities get involved in the implementation of the Clean Air program, there we have excellent results. Because we have 143 memorandums of understanding signed with communes out of 167 local government authorities. But from this ClimateCon, it is worth appealing to the remaining 24 self-government authorities that they join these activities for the sake of clean air, and that they join this program, because thanks to this we stand a chance of achieving this goal. And another piece of information which I will give you, and which shows that this collaboration between communes and self-government authorities, institutions such as the Voivodeship Fund, that this brings effects. Around 50% of the applications, requests we get as part of the Clean Air program, these are intermediated by communes. So wherever they get involved, this effect is most visible. And another thing that makes me happy is one more conclusion, namely that these most active communes are those which, on the ranking list of pollution, they are at the top. So they are the most polluted ones. So there, the awareness of the local citizens, the local self-government authorities is greatest, and so we need to focus on the replacement of stoves. Yes, no, well, actually, low stack emissions. There's one person that can talk about this really well and really clearly and really in an expert manner. Professor Tomasz Rożek talked to us about the process of transition and about the pace of these changes, and ending our first meeting, our first part of our meeting, how have we actually been able to act upon what we learned? Because from the National Fund for Environmental Protection, Water Management, you know, the data, we can't say we are lacking motivation. We are still actually acting upon it. It's a process, obviously, and ladies and gentlemen, as I reflect on these things which we have been discussing today, and even if I think more extensively about the challenges that we are facing, are in store for us, however we would look at them, sooner or later we reach a point when we ask ourselves the question, how to produce energy in the best possible way. Whether we are talking about clean air, or about transport, or about water, or about climate, how to produce energy reasonably and rationally. We've talked a lot about it, even though the ClimateCon has only started. I believe there will be more about this, about low stack emissions, you know. But this is merely a small element of this, a small piece of the whole puzzle, and we need a lot of courage to, you know, when we look at this whole puzzle, to actually start to rearrange the pieces. Unfortunately, this is crucial, and it's not that we, you know, replace a number of smoke-belching stoves with, you know, modern stoves. This doesn't solve the problem yet. As the Marshal said, there are places where there is no alternative yet. However, we would like this alternative to be there. One more thing has been said, namely that things are gaining pace, things are going on. So from my point of view, I believe that everyone would like things to even accelerate further. so that we have even more steam. Well, when I say steam, I think steam engine, and again a locomotive, and again combustion, again, you know, smoke. I'm not talking about this steam, but we need to actually rearrange the pieces simultaneously, a lot of pieces, and we come to the point each time when we ask ourselves the question how to produce energy. Again, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Every region has to find their own solution. They need to find the answer themselves. As the representative of the European Commission said, we must not talk only about air quality and air protection, not even only about the climate, but about remodeling the economy as such. And it's not about rediscovering this economy. It's a question of remodeling it, of restructuring it, of altering it in accordance with the circular economy concept. In a nutshell, what we have already extracted, what we already have, let us reuse it many, many times. Because, you know, however we would look at it, we're not solving the problem. We are only postponing its solution to some future date. And a personal experience I would like to share with you. You know what the most frequent comment is? Either, you know, when I publish some videos, you know, or, you know, I hold some lectures. When I talk about clean air, I've never ever seen, you know, after any kind of activity like that, I've never seen, you know, a lack of commentators who would say, oh, you know, you're exaggerating. My grandpa used to, you know, fire this in the stove. My dad used to do it. I'm doing it. Everybody does it. What's the problem, you know? So on the one hand, this is something that makes us depressed. But on the other hand, it shows us that the key is awareness. And the thing is that education, which is very dear to my heart, needs to be pursued. And the Marshal, during the welcoming address and during this debate, talked about young people. I see young people in the room. I'm glad to see them. How to educate people? Well, we need to educate people in such a way as to show all the dots. Not only just a small section. And we're coming back not only to the issue of air quality, but to the economy at large. How to educate, how to show this greater and wider point of view. Young people are definitely more aware, sometimes even more aware than we are, of the fact that the problem will be solved once we stop using plastic straws. Well, no, it won't be solved then, right? Just by abandoning plastic straws. It's a very complex puzzle. It's a game of many elements, and I'm glad that we have young people on board, because I hope that when I get older and I'll have a great beard, you know, we'll just do things and not only talk about them. Yes, so a question for you, Mr. Marshall. As Tomasz said, we're only starting this. There are 15 thematic sessions in store and 2 days of debate. So what is our main ambition, apart from, you know, this, what we are talking about, which is at the heart of the Silesian Voivodeship here at the Silesian Stadium? Apart from education, is it experience sharing?
Now, as I was listening to the other speakers, actually, I have to say that I'm so glad to have heard such important, wise, and sustainable words, because we are talking about everything around us. We have to remodel our thinking, our mindset, but it has to be underpinned with logic, reason. And there are two events: the event horizon, that's for quantum physics, and the reasonability of our actions. So if we don't process by ourselves what is in store for us, we will have the horizon that is minute, and the events will be tragic. Now we can start from saying from water, from air, but we get to the body and to the organism and our health condition. Obviously, not everybody in the world will agree with that, saying that this is so important, but I always stress that at the convention and meetings of our Environmental Protection Commission, that we have to keep people and jobs in mind. Upper Silesia is what we got from the years and decades of communism. This is how it is. And it wasn't taken over in good conditions. So sometimes it is really difficult to demand from us that we work through precisely like other regions of Western Europe did. But I suppose everybody sees that we are very ambitious, and we Silesian people are very hard-working community. And I believe this panel clearly shows that in many spheres we are doing nicely. We may not be the very leaders, but I'm actually convinced that if we really speed up, if we gain the momentum, if we not, feel offended for some minute things, but we really keep it going and keep doing our job, in a few years' time, the Upper Silesia may be just the role model for the ecological power, energy, and coal mining sector transition, that it is simply possible. It may be a role model for other regions in Europe that currently ask questions is it worth it? Because they are afraid, anxious about so many different things. Well, yeah, the example of a grandfather, firing coal and timber in their household ovens. And together with Professor Roger, we would definitely find many common grounds for discussion, but there is one significant thing: education, and education ad infinitum. Educating for the benefit of awareness, highlighting threats, but also opportunities. And I believe that low-emission economy is possible in Upper Silesia because we have great business people that can adapt to the challenges in store for them. And let me just give you an example of a measure that we've implemented during the COVID times, the micro grants for 800,000 zlotys. It's a measure 4.1, 4.2, I'm not sure, 4.3. Marshal Kałuża is letting me know. Sorry, 3.2 actually. When we are actually arguing whether in the age of pandemic, whether we should invest in operating capital, working capital, or to support technology. And that was actually a big argument here, big quarrel, on how to grant these subsidies. And we came to a conclusion the following: 600,000 for technology and 400 for working capital. SMEs may broaden their competences. Obviously, we are talking about the EU funds. They may broaden their opportunities. They will be given half a year to implement technologies in their business model, but these must be low-emission technologies. And the highest number in historically speaking, the highest number of applications actually was received and was submitted in history for these particular grants. So it clearly showcases the fact that mental and intellectual potential to make these changes happen is here. Without discussion, Silesia is collaborating with the government, with state government, with the European Commission for the sake of these changes, and we are very consistent. So, having heard that, we wish you all very broad horizons in discussions about broad horizons. Professor Rożek, for a recap, because one thing really came to my mind as Mr. Marshall was summarizing and speaking about the costs. My thesis is the following: one of the worst things, one of the worst elements that may happen that actually hamper all transformations is this profound preconception that changes only involve problems and costs. I don't know a single person that would like to breathe poor quality air. However, such a nameless man who claims that virtually there's no problem because, as already mentioned, the father or grandfather was doing that, so, well, they don't want to breathe stinky air, but they are afraid, they're anxious of every single change because they know that every single change requires gigantic investments, gigantic expenditures, and involves huge problems. But we should stress that every single change means a huge opportunity, not only for people with great concepts, with great ideas, and we are not in shortage of such people, but this is a watershed table where somebody, turns off the chessboard or turns off the board with the cards already spread, and this puzzle has to be rearranged. Now, whoever comes first has biggest opportunities to get the support and assistance also from public funds. These will create the new reality, and that's how we should perceive these problems, and not just, use the handbrake and say, these are costs, these are issues, these are challenges. Oh, they are ideologies. We don't know if they are ours or the foreign people. It is the Brussels, it is the Berlin thinking. Who else? No. This is an enormous opportunity for us. And I still believe that whenever we consider this to be a rally or a tour, we are already in a backlog. We are already too late, and we should not keep ourselves from going straight ahead. We should push forward. Yes, this is a very interesting and thought-provoking initial discussion, and we had Śląski, the Marshal of the Silesian Province, Wilhelm David, Policy Officer from the Director General for Environment of the European Commission. We had Tomasz Bednarek, President of the Board of the Governmental Fund for Environmental Protection and Municipal Management, Andrzej, co-founder leader of the Polish Smoke Alarm, and Tomasz Rożek. Always there, always reliable. This is just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. The very first discussion is past us. We have this small delay. We are starting 11:45. It's time that we technically reorganize this room to be divided into third parts. So we are starting the proper discussions a 11:45, and we are hoping for your input. Thank you.
I raz, i dwa, i trzy. Dźwięk sprawdzony.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, microphone testing, check. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are streamed live on the internet, or actually we are about to begin yet another panel discussion, a very topical discussion, to be honest, a challenge in store for the entire European Union. Fit for 55, that's what we're going to talk about. I am Mario Durmała, and I'm moderating the discussion. This is the historical day of the historical, or even historic, Climate Con 2021 Climate Con. How to respond to the challenges of the 21st century in terms of climate change and air quality, or broadly understood energy industry transition. So Fit for 55, that's what we're going to be focusing on. And therefore, I would like to invite the following panel speakers. Once again, Jakub Śląski, Marshal of the Silesian Province. Let's give it up for Mr. Marshal. We have Antoni Orzeł from Plenipotentiary of the Prime Minister for the Clean Air Program, Wilhelmus de Wild, Policy Officer for the Clean Air Unit, Director General for Environment of the European Commission. We have Zdenka Mimiczkowa, MBA, member of the Regional Board of the Moravian Silesian Country, Czechia. Another lady, Dama Gavalierova, from the Department of Regional Development of the Žilina Subgovernmental Country of Slovakia, and Piotr Łyczko, Vice Director of the Department of Environmental Protection of the Lower Silesian Regional Office in Krakow, and Marcin Popiewicz, analyst of megatrends, expert and journalist, clean air in cities and regions. Where are we and where are we headed for? That's what we are going to be talking about. We're in full panel. So let's start. First question goes to Mr. Marshall. Briefly and to the point, are we ready for Fit for 55? There are two fives, and two fives say a lot. Hello, Mr. Moderator, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Actually, the atmosphere is getting thicker here, more and more dense. This is a package of solutions that is very welcome and necessary. I've already made this comparison in the past. We have to think of the economy first and foremost. So, if we went to highly developed area, and if we, sped up, we were driving too fast. I'm not making any allusions here, obviously, none whatsoever. Still, I've been telling this for quite a long time at different levels, different meetings, that even if we speed up, we really have to perceive the environmental change, and obviously we are in favor of one on the one hand, but on the other hand, we must not make the social or community life in the region to actually be depleted or to deprive it of its wealth. Now, we are aware of the fact that the mining industry is heading towards its end, that it has to be limited to a certain extent, it has to be curbed. But I'm still talking about 12 billion Polish zlotys in the region. This is 12 billion zlotys that flow through small and medium-sized enterprises, that flow through households, that flow through different mining environment businesses. And now, plugging it off like that ad hoc will mean a significant and a huge log. Now, I remember the meeting, pre-COVID meeting at Brussels, where trade unions from Spain came to the meeting of those coal regions in transition, and Spain has already gone through this transition. All the coal assets are decommissioned now, phased off, and they shared the following reflection. In the region that they represented, despite its numerous efforts, they had failed restoring its economy, and it actually was significantly impoverished. And young people at that time were seeking jobs, seeking employment in other regions of Spain, which caused actually irreversible changes to the demographics, to the economy, and some other spheres of the region, because they were lacking good plans, they were lacking good concept on how to pull those pieces of the puzzle together, and therefore I'm so happy to have those EU funds that are supposed to support us so much. I'm happy to see the Just Transition Fund and these resources. And I always keep telling that within the financing horizon 2027, this is significant support, but we will need even more of that, because the transition at 2027 will actually be gaining its proper momentum, and it will be at its peak then. However, the economy must create new jobs. It must be based on a reasonable, sustainable, low-emission nature of the activity. And these changes will happen, but the Fit for 55 is a very ambitious package. And we are talking about governmental competence, actually, here. It is the government that will negotiate this package of solutions, and we as the region have to take care of the economy. Because we live and we thrive on CIT and PIT, those taxes. And the year 2021, as far as proceeds from corporate income tax, is one of the best in history, even better than 2029, because all the anti-COVID programs, regional, state governmental, and all the funds that were injected into the economy, they actually worked its magic. However, nothing happens twice. And we have to bear that in mind. We have to, for the future, be more reasonable and slightly less romantic in our efforts. But on the other hand, we have to secure the economy, have to provide for the development. Now, in the Silesia here, since we are at the stadium, let's make a refer to the sports, the athletes. We have the best, both men's and women's 400-meter relay team. But if you put the starting point several hundred meters, back, we will definitely come up with them. We'll have to be level with the competitors. We'll definitely not win the rally. We'll definitely not win the race. And we have to bear the communist past and these huge challenges resulting thereof in mind. I remember that in 1989, in coal mining in Poland, we have 390,000 miners working here. Nowadays, in hard coal mining, we have 40,000 people employed in total. So it clearly showcases the transition that spread over those 30 years, and it is happening before our very eyes. We know that we are going through its transition. Even the Polska Grupa Górnicza, the Polish mining group, has recently showed the data that there were several thousand people willingly, voluntarily be going away from this sector, from the mining sector, from the industry. And as Professor Rożek mentioned, we have to have a multifaceted perception of this problem. We may not know by heart the assumptions of the Fit for 55 assumptions. They may be more interesting. Maybe they need some refining here and there. Maybe they need some significant assistance or support. We know they are needed, but let's not forget that they should not derail anybody from the path, from the track of economic development. Mr. Marshall, you've already mentioned that. So making, once again, the metaphor of track and field, we are in the stadium. For our guests from abroad, this is precisely where the biggest track and field events in Poland are actually held. So you said, Mr. Marshall, we've already kick-started, but not from the same level as other regions, as other countries. Maybe that's the reason why we have this sense of, not being able to run twice as fast as the others. We are required to run 4 times faster. And if you run so quickly, so rapidly, you may actually stumble and fall. Because the economy and the industry is not all, but there are all the families, there are people working on the ground, they provide for the families. So what's the correlation between social problems and economic problems? And we agree, I suppose, that we are all facing them. Now, my recent visit to Brussels and meeting with Mr. Timmermans and Commissioner Ferreira, so we were talking really subject matter. And talking about individual cases, Brzezinka mines or Sławice mine, and the threat of the concession being withdrawn, it actually translated into the threat of all the funds being deprived, for being taken away from the whole cities, Śląska, Mysłowice, Mikołów, Katowice. And we were just explaining the Europe that there is no correlation between inhabitants of Ruda Śląska and those of Mysłowice. Not only because of the fact that, you know, those are cities that are quite separate in terms of geography, and you cannot punish those for the blames of others. On the other hand, they both have the same right to just transition. These were not decisions of local authorities, even though local authorities could actually, you know, be more vigilant or preemptive in the process. On the other hand, it clearly shows how complex these processes are. Silesia may be the leader of transition. Silesia may be the leader of climate change, but a positive climate change. But this is still very difficult. We are accelerating very, very heavily. We are really running fast, but not only is there a relay, but this is actually hurdles run. Because the hurdles actually were generated in the past of this region. And these are the hurdles that we either have to cross over or bypass. I still believe this is all possible, but we need enormous determination on local, regional, and state level. We need young people to change the mindset and the approach to the region and its problems. I'm so happy that SMEs in our voivodeship are really doing fantastically, are really doing well in terms of transition, in terms of the COVID crisis. SMEs show that they can adapt to new times, difficult times, that they are flexible enough, they can be leaders of export. That's very important to us. And they can effectively and successfully compete in international market. Inter and Global Silesia are just two examples, great examples of those projects where the Silesian companies can actually appear at international trade shows and set global trends in terms of implementation of visual methods, selection of technologies, and so on and so forth, applicable to medicine, healthcare, IT services, whatnot. All the matters that are very important in our daily economic life. On the other hand, however, such a strong acceleration, I'm not sure if it doesn't create a bigger pressure, which may not have the best impact on the Silesian economy. Maybe we need more discussion, more debate, or even more solutions that will stimulate the package, but also provide a kind of umbrella of protection. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move beyond the southern border of the Silesian region, go to Slovakia and Czechia, we will cross the borders of regions. So I'm taking a look at the representative of the Krakow local authorities. We know that you were very determined to do something about the air quality. We have slightly different perception of coal. Here in Silesia, we don't no longer call it the black gold, as it used to be called. So let me ask your perspective. How do you perceive Fit for 55 now?
Ladies and gentlemen, just first of all, I would like to point out that in terms of climate change, we have this challenge ahead of us, namely changing the awareness of the local citizens and introducing some measures, some campaigns which will make people aware of the fact that the issues related to climate change are issues that affect us directly. But someone will say, well, you educate people for so many years, but you can actually stimulate this awareness earlier with penalties, with fines, for instance. So yes, these regulations are one of the important elements of educational measures, because if regulations are enacted, then, let's say, automatically there's a change in awareness that this is such an important issue that some drastic measures need to be implemented, some regulations need to be implemented in this area. But I would just like to point out that, above all, we need to have the local citizens on our side. If they feel that the problem of climate change is a problem of some remote countries or regions that does not affect us directly, then it will be hard to talk to them about changes influencing their quality of life and their habits. So this is why, in the first place, we want to make sure that the problem of climate change is connected and communicated jointly with the air pollution issue, because these problems often occur simultaneously and together. We have a similar source, for instance, the combustion of fossil fuels. And so these regulations, which were implemented in Krakow, resulted in the first place from the high awareness of the local population. They understood that there was a problem supposed to be addressed by specific measures. So this was the level at which they said that's enough. Right, people went out onto the street and they demanded urgent changes in this regard. But this awareness of local people is not only Krakow. Krakow was a leader, the first place with high awareness of local population, and with measures that led to a total ban on solid fuels in Krakow. We have communes in the whole of Małopolska voivodeship which have joined the anti-smog measures. 7 communes actually requested that the ban on coal-fired boilers be introduced, and the Regional Assembly adopted 7 local anti-smog acts, reducing the possibility of installing new coal-fired boilers, and all those existing already need to be eliminated until a certain deadline. But we have communes from, for instance, Podhale, where this problem is more pronounced, especially with regard to communication, but also Oświęcim in the western part of Małopolska. Many people are associated with the mining industry. They work in mines. Either in Małopolskie or Śląskie voivodeships. And we see this change in awareness of local authorities, however, that in these 7 communes, they decided to take this step to actually abandon coal as an energy carrier in households. But definitely a challenge for the whole Małopolska region is to stimulate these measures in the whole voivodeship, and this is what we're counting on. Okay, let's go to the Moravian Silesian region, and I wanted to talk to you about the price of the Czech energy transition, your pace also going across the border from the Silesian voivodeship. We are aware that many Poles work in Czech mines, right? Yes, you're right. Many Poles do work in our mines, but we have also reached a point where we are starting to shut them down, all of them, those mines. And this is a problem for our economy also, because we use European funds to a much smaller extent. There's this big Just Transition Fund from which costs of transition will be covered in large companies. When I say 3 basic things, namely 3 basic things that influence air quality in our region, this is mainly the fact, first of all, that we are an industrial region, the Moravian Silesian region, and this whole steel and coke produced in the Czech Republic, this is all produced in the Moravian Silesian region. We also have quite particular build development, similarly as in the Silesian voivodeship. Low stack emissions are a problem. We have a lot of single-family housing, and also transport. The intensity of transport keeps growing, so we will focus on these 3 issues. In terms of big companies are concerned, they will be using European funds to switch to a low-carbon economy, and there will be steel plants which will be altering their activity and switching to electricity. In terms of replacing heating sources in households, we have the program of replacing individual heat sources, and we are supporting the local citizens in this endeavor. At this point, I have to say that since 2012, we have replaced 20,000 boilers in households, boilers being heating sources. We have a new call for requests, and we want to replace another 10,000, but still we won't have replaced all by the time this period is over. We still facing these challenges, and it's also important to make sure that this is not detrimental for our local citizens. We want to make sure that it's not expensive enough to lead them to economic ruin, and this is problematic because the price of electricity have gone up significantly for many households. This is a problem. Paradoxically, where we replaced the heat sources, those households have problems with using electricity or gas, and they are coming back to combusting solid fuels. So this winter, I believe, will be hard in terms of this issue. And I've already heard a couple of times here, and this has echoed here, that we must not refrain from pursuing ambitious goals. But this transition does not have to be imposed or forced. We need to do it gradually, so as to make sure that our local citizens are as little harmed as possible due to that. Yes, this kind of complements what we've heard from Silesia. Now to Slovakia, through Zvarden, we are going to the Žilina region. Gavirova from the Department of Regional Development is here with us. What does it look like from the Slovak point of view, the regional point of view, the price and the pace of transition, Fit for 55? Are you ready? Thank you for this. Well, in our region, or actually in our country, this is mainly resolved at the national level, but the local self-government authority does not have this level of authority to actually impose fines or limitations. No. Well, this doesn't mean that we won't be doing anything, but this, but obviously we can go beyond the legislative framework and provide some complementary measures. This is already mentioned. Clean air is something that concerns people in cities, because people are actually, feeling this. If the air is polluted, then they feel this in their lungs, in their respiratory tract. But I do believe in the power of education. Unless, however, people feel actually are affected by the impact of climate change, their will to change will be very small. We need strong leaders. We need people capable of explaining to the common folk, what we are doing. And unless we sacrifice something, if that's the dimension of environmental protection, then we have also a problem with misinformation or disinformation. In Slovakia, there were some attempts to reform national parks. The Žilina region, we have the largest surface area of national parks in the region. When we talk about national parks, we can talk about carbon capture and storage, which actually can yield a benefit in terms of capturing CO2 from the atmosphere. And the situation is as follows. namely that people don't like change, especially changes that concern them to a significant extent.
A vlastne zákon, ktorý mal a máme ho aj v pláne obnovy a odolnosti, ktorý mal zabezpečiť túto transformáciu.
So the act was actually introduced under the transformation, but it was delayed in parliament.
Že vznikajú veľké protesty, ktoré sú podložené na mylných.
And actually, this is caused by strong protests, actually caused by misinformation, and the wave of resistance was so strong that politicians just retracted. And but what people protested against were not actual facts. So, I'm going back to this education. Education is really necessary, but I also believe that it's quite necessary to make sure that we work with people.
Aby som sa vrátila do regionálneho meritka, do nášho kraja.
Jakby teraz wracam do tej naszej skali regionálnej, samorządowej.
One of the directions we have started to pursue and which we want to expand on a large scale involves environmental education, environmental protection, and we're creating these ecological centers. I'll just take a step back and address this main topic, namely air purity, air cleanliness. As I've already said, we can do some things beyond the plan, and we have this LIFE project currently going on. And as part of that project, we have appointed air purity managers. One of the things they do involves communication at the national level and participation in the preparation of amendments to the Environmental Protection Act. Another thing, we have this network of monitoring stations to monitor air quality. Now, this network at national level will supplement it by adding additional points at the level of our voivodeship of our region, to know what it's about, what the status is. And the third thing is something which concerns not only air protection but environmental protection at large. We want to plant trees alongside avenues and roads. The third and final thing, education, where our people are supposed to educate the local community. As it has already been mentioned, in the Moravian and Silesian region, in the Czech Republic, mining is a problem, but in our case, transport is a problem. And as far as household heating is concerned, well, there's this problem, this heating poverty. Also, in our case, in the following programming periods, there will be funds provided for boiler replacement. But it will make no sense if we make available funds to people, but people won't be educated enough to actually compile and file the relevant application request. This is an extensive mission that we actually help and assist these people so that they can apply for a replacement. Thank you very much. Another question comes to us naturally to Wilhelmus de Wild. We see that the diagnosis differs. So do the roads, the paths towards clean air and following on that, better quality of life. So I'll ask you the following question. What is the point of view of the European Commission on this? Are there any tried and tested models in Europe, elsewhere, on how this transition should be like to make the pace appropriate and the results?
That's a question, and I We also have projects that can change the perception. We already heard something about urban green, and we like urban green. Green is good for... If you have urban green, sometimes if you do it in the wrong way, you can have a kind of tunnel effect where the pollution is staying. If you have cars passing through, there is not much natural ventilation, and that can be a danger. Another risk that many people don't know is that some plants emit quite a large concentration of ozone precursors. And you may know this because if you sometimes walk in a pine forest, you have this pine smell. And this is also kind of ozone precursor. If you damaging for and irritating for a lot of people who have weak lungs. If you don't know and you just plant trees, you can have harmful effects. So you have to do it in a smart way. So another example that I would like to mention is that we have live ammonia projects to reduce ammonia from, for example, for pigs and for cows, which is very important for agriculture. So you see from my examples, we address in all kinds of projects transport, efficient heating, we have domestic heating, we have agriculture. We also have indirect projects that are quite interesting and useful, but I can't go into much details. And in the operational programs, we also do very many things. So we had examples, for example, for boiler replacements in the Czech Republic, in Slovakia, in Poland, and all these things are delivering quite well.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks. And Marcin Bobkiewicz, I'm turning to you right now. So just like to supplement to what has been mentioned about the transport, we're collaborating with the Žilina University. Now, if there were any results of the service concerning transport-based pollution, the problem was not with carbon monoxide or nitrogen oxides. Because the very development of these engines and of the fuel technologies is actually moving ahead. But the other problem was that there were actually problems, those particles as a waste from the abrasion of brake parts in the engine and so on and so forth. That was the biggest problem, obviously, because we actually needed to get those things and move those people away from individual transport and to advertise the collective transport. Because if electric cars are in use, but still somewhere on the path there are some mechanical particles present, obviously there is some additional pollution. And therefore, we need to increase the attractiveness of collective transport means. Now, our problem is that actually outside of big cities, actually there are insufficient public transportation systems that could actually provide for the right services. At least this is the problems they are addressing. Thank you very much for this very interesting conclusion. We are returning to that most definitely, and I'm moving to Marcin Bobkiewicz. And following this presentation, let's not forget about that. Energy poverty, already mentioned. And green cars, eco-friendly cars, because we're aware of the fact that a lot of problems would be that when everybody could afford an electric car, obviously. But we're going to return to that. Well, you know these by heart, right? And we are talking about energy poverty. People simply cannot afford better, more efficient and eco-friendly solutions for heating. Well, the situation is not good. PM2, PM10, PM2.5, those carcinogenic substances are contained in all the fuels. Generally, it's 1 nanogram per cubic meter. That's even liberal standard. In Poland, those purple dots above 1.5. Not only in Poland, actually. 1.5 means 1.6, but also 16. Now, have a look at different countries. See who the leader is. Well, no one compares to us. There are actually municipalities where there are more than 22 nanograms per cubic meter in terms of the annual concentration of benzoapyrene. But also in Slovakia and Czechia, the problems are there, but significantly less stringent. The same applies to Baltic countries. So, if everybody fix the problem, solve the problem, that means we can as well. The problem is with the combustion, but not only that. So departing from the traditional combustion technologies, we will only indirectly solve. Reduce the transition very rapidly, and the emissions of CO2 actually have been dropping to zero, net zero, in the years 2040, 2025. If we don't meet these goals, we will face some serious consequences. Now, the EU has generally assumed that they will follow this goal in terms of emissiveness. Well, we emit some number, but we are obviously getting there. It's easy to promise. Politicians promise them in 30 years' time, but it's more difficult to promise that we'll get somewhere in 3 years' time. 2030, minus 40%. Now, in terms of services, it's minus 50%. Now, if I was manufacturing, I was actually, discharging those sewage to rivers. But you wouldn't like it, being aware of that this is carcinogenic, right? The pollutant pays. This is the first one, and the polluter should also construct the sewage treatment systems. This is important because we actually should treat all the refuses, all the discharges as effluents or sewage. Something doesn't work, so please just switch the slides for me. So in the EU, we do apply the polluter pays principle. A ton of CO2 used to cost a few euros, that was just pennies or peanuts. Now it's several dozen actually euros, so this is a significant, obviously, price. A couple of millions to be paid by a payer for treating atmosphere as the sewage. Now obviously this is nothing important. Now it comes to compared to the Polish budget, you can see some different projections here. In a work by Shell, about 200 euros, and they can live with that, but there are also some projections that are more or less contributing. This is actually a perception for the Polish government concerning the prices of cement. So treating the atmosphere as a sewer will cost us more, which has some implications for our power sector, for CHP plants, especially municipal CHP plants that claim that they have to pay enormous penalties for the emission. And it is actually something that causes our industry to debt. Natural gas, we have to think what is after natural gas. It can be interim fuel, transitional fuel, and waste, obviously. We are talking about the combustion of petroleum derivatives and so on and so forth. We have to depart from that. I'm talking about the energy of the future. Wind, solar power, maybe nuclear, a bit of biomass. These are the main pieces of the puzzle, and we can put those things together. The thing is that the system of the future is electrified because everything translates into electricity. And electricity is obviously highly efficient. It's fortunately easier than a couple of years ago. You can see the prices for the electricity from different sources. Notice that now the cheapest sources are sun and wind, and obviously also natural gas. It changed the perspective of how the market actually is developing. The foundation is electrification of everything that can be electrified. There is wind, There is sun, there is water, so we should provide heat by heat pumps. There is electricity surplus, so we can do green hydrogen. And if you combine hydrogen, for instance, with biomass systems, we can produce methane, zero emission methane, and for basically the same gas but without emissions. Everything fits together perfectly. Now, when talking about focus for the world, comparing those projections and the standards, and obviously there are those reviews of the International Energy Agency, very conservative. They provide different scenarios. This year, the base scenario, the foundation scenario, is the zero emission for 2050 scenario. Not as a trend. We electrify everything that is possible. We radically do not depart from fossil fuels by 2030. Basically, what we move to orange is wind and solar power. A bit of nuclear power, a bit of water or hydropower. But these are theories, obviously. This is what they come up with. Now, let's think about practice. You know, we act in Europe, but think of China. We say, but the China, obviously, they pollute a lot, and they stem for half of the CO2 emissions globally. But notice what the Chinese people are investing at, where they place their money: solar power, wind power, area space, a bit of nuclear power, a bit of fossil fuels, and nobody imposes anything to the Chinese. They are assertive, they do it on their own account. They are afraid of smoke, they're doing whatever is coming up for them. They want to control the maritime trade, but they want to do it also for the sake of economic environment, and they claim this is to the best interest. And what the International Energy Efficiency says, this is what the Chinese are actually investing. It's not just a matter of source of energy, it's also about how we use it. We don't we want to simply live comfortably. Where we use the energy, obviously, in buildings, in transport, in industry. Now, have a look at buildings, obviously, because this is the biggest sector right now, mainly heating of buildings. This is the current status of residential building. Everything above 100 or even above 50, this is the energy vampires, actually. And most of the buildings in Poland are energy vampires. What can we do about that? The governmental documents prepared by the Energy Agency. This is currently how we can cut down on energy consumption. We know what financing instrument can be used, what support programs, and so forth. What does it mean? We're getting rid of the energy vampires in order to heat Polish buildings. It drops down to 1/4, so we are getting rid of the energy poverty. We know only 1/4 of the energy. Well, our bills obviously drop as well. It's also about, obviously, energy storage. We are talking about building energy storage units, such as these. Big water tanks, water vessels, such as this on the right-hand side. Huge energy storage unit. Now, what about future status of municipal or district heating? Now, let's say I work at the National Center for Research and Development. I'm a head for the implementation of European Green Deal projects, and I supervise, let's assume, the district heating. Wind and power, they produce too much of energy. The very hard, the very core is storage. Through heat pumps or through heaters, we charge to the storage units. Whenever there is surplus electricity, we add whatever we can. The recipients, we use the heat whenever they need, because there's a multi-week storage. We don't really need seasonal. It's enough to actually store this energy for 2-3 weeks, and that's how we heat buildings. Sometimes we need the usable energy sources, so we get further. We add natural gas, biomethane, hydrogen in a moment, whenever we need the electricity in the grid, because without that we generate electricity, and in cogeneration we also generate heat, and we add it to the storage unit. And this is capex paid. We develop heat pumps, you can have the systems, we don't need more fuel. Okay, we need a bit of that. However, this is a transition period. Oh, by the way, natural gas as this transition fuel. Have a look at this coal-fired power plant. We are talking about here the emission of CO2 natural gas is better, but this is the very foundation. emission. But what about when wind power, solar power gives us all capacity to actually supply or to provide for the energy needs? Whatever happens when we run at 1/5 of the capacity, the emissivity of the system is based, as shown here, up to 1/5 of the capacity. It's then easy to actually switch to biomethane. We don't need much of that. Now, let's switch this piece of the puzzle. We add hydrogen generation at the electrolyzers, a lot of sun, a lot of wind, a lot of electricity. We store it on site, and as needed, we trigger this to generate electricity and heat. This is a full capex. We don't need any additional fuel. We build it once, and it will work for dozens of years, hundreds of years. The question, well, obviously, is how much it will cost. So, at the National R&D Center, we actually calculated is several dozen zlotys per gigajoule. This is competitive, while in 20 years' time, the return on the investment is clear. We come square. So generally speaking, we know how to stabilize it, how to build it, and that's just one of the examples. And that's precisely what we do at the National Center for Research and Development. The yellow ones are those that we implement directly, those that are related directly to heat, to smoke eradication, and to improvement of air quality and fighting energy poverty. To sum up, where are we in the world? So that was this Glasgow Climate Summit, obviously. COP26, the emission of from the emission of CO2 from petroleum. It's getting to the peaks. Fortunately, we managed to deflect this curve. Now, obviously, this is the forecast for 2021. Now, what about the national determined contributions? We are currently here, as far as this is concerned. Over the recent years, we get to the peak of emission, but then the emissions should drop. The question is how much? What the countries do right now leads to the decrease of emissions, but not so much, actually. Assuming that the objectives will be met, obviously, without making any promises, it's going to be even better. Now, these are the long-term goals. Optimistically speaking, we are assuming that all the circulations, but on the semi-formal matters, for instance, the China in 2060, in India 2070, 70-80% of the global economy should, based on GDP, have assumed the zero emissivity actually goal. This is precisely where we get, and we are not talking about half a degree, we're talking about 2 degrees. Roughly speaking, we were going to the roughly +4, optimistically speaking, +4 climate change, optimistically also, but we can see what China has been doing, how the perception changed, how India decided to implement the zero emission goal, so we are now going back to +2. So we are talking about enormous revolution. The Chinese and the Americans are doing that because they want to be the leaders in this revolution. They want to have their fair share of the market, and if we stick to this, you know, the framework of coal-fired, coal-based economy, well, we will probably be there. So either we become a museum or we move away. Thank you very much.
Jeszcze więcej prawdy.
Yeah, there was a lot of energy in this.
Było tak szybkie i dynamiczne, że gdyby ten proces transformacji tak przeprowadzić,
so if we were to do this transition process equally dynamically, we would actually be ready tomorrow, you know, and finish. So let's stay with the 455. Which of the solutions included in the package are important for Poland? We can actually suspect which they are, but for the region, yes, I'll come back to the presentation a bit.
4 minuty czy tam 5 wytłumaczyliśmy sobie, że to
4-5 minutes we took to actually explain that it's important, but the devil is in the detail, and now let's get to the gist. But are you going to be an optimist or pessimist?
Ja jestem zawsze
I am always
marzycielem
a dreamer,
ale takim realnie stąpającym po ziemi.
But actually I am also kind of down to earth, and I set myself an objective and I seek to pursue it. Sometimes it seems a bit detached from the mainstream,
czasami uważam, to jest jedyna metoda,
I
żeby
believe that
złamać
sometimes
pewne
it's the only
schematy.
method
I to, co
break out
na
of
Śląsku
the
udało nam się zrobić,
silos.
stworzyć w ogóle
Actually,
strategię
we managed to create this Green Silesia strategy where we look at this coal aspect, and it's not
jest punktem, od którego
an
odchodzimy.
item,
A z drugiej strony, tutaj się też
towards development, but we are something we are abandoning, right? But I will agree that the whole world is going in a totally different direction. I will agree with the previous speakers, so we must not wait. And, you know, talking, it won't change anything, right? We need real expertise, we need real measures, we need real action. So renewable energy sources are key. And these anti-smog resolutions or similar measures are key tasks which hopefully we will be able to implement in our collective wisdom of our regional assembly. But then there is this economic aspect. I agree about the business aspect. I'm not going to say which companies we're talking about, but it is with high interest that I'm looking at that. Sometimes, out there in Poland, I believe that some of you might suspect who I'm talking about. Actually, this company is headed by someone I had the honor of working with in the past, and this shows us that the quicker we depart from fossil fuels, the more it pays for us economically, financially, and it's realistic with these, ETS and what's happening in the financial market, the leaps in ETS. This is pure speculation. You can earn better money than on bonds, from ETS. So it shows us that even the best instrument created for the community can be actually distorted for various reasons. But coming back to the question asked by Mr. Editor here, it has to be said that reducing these objectives in an unreasonable way may impoverish the region. But we have actually two elements here, two directions. So first of all, wisdom of the regional assembly, of the local self-government authority, of the central government, of the commission. This will determine the effectiveness of implementation, because we can shut down, we can phase out high emission sources, but what next? There's no problem in phasing them out, but we need to replace them with something. So this is why these technologies, I'll tell you that the Netherlands, I was really enchanted, because people, actually get up, it's dark, you go out of the office, it's dark. I wouldn't be able to actually stand it for more than a week with my mentality, but photovoltaics everywhere, bus stops, they use it everywhere, and you can do it. Here they say that in Silesia the irradiation with the sun is not really great, but we have more sun, definitely. Captain Planet doesn't have to come here to do this for us, you see. It is possible, and we need to have substantive arguments. And I once had an example a couple of weeks ago with a pump storage, peak storage power plant. An energy storage facility was set on fire, and sorry, it wasn't set on fire. It was launched. Actually, its operation was launched, and it's actually in operation. And we need to have funds from various areas, and in these economic areas, we need to balance it out, and we need to listen to business. And business says they want these changes, so but we all live out of our taxes, out of our GDP, and we need to simply keep this going, because otherwise we won't be able to cope. On the other hand, there are these climate goals, so this discussion is in store for us between the government and the European Commission. We need to have consent of all these parties, but as we sit here, we are aware that these changes need to be dynamic. It was shown quite rightly here, because unless these changes are dynamic, business will escape forward, and we will simply become a museum in terms of the economy. There is an open-air museum actually here in the Silesian Park. We have been running it and subsidizing it, and there I attended a meeting at a certain time, and the cock was crowing, electronically. We can go in this direction and keep listening to the cockerel crowing, but it's an electronic cockerel, but we will remain an open-air museum. So this is on a slightly non-serious note, but it is serious. So now I'll ask the ladies representing our southern neighbors about your dreams, just very briefly, because we are closing the discussion at 1 p.m. What are your impressions, and where do you see optimism? The floor is yours. I believe that we will succeed. We set ourselves more ambitious goals. I didn't say that at the start, but by 2030 we want to depart from coal, we want to abandon coal, and this is a very optimistic topic because in 80% of cases we use coal-fired power plants. I just wanted to mention one more thing that hasn't been mentioned here, namely that nuclear power is very important for the Czech Republic. I personally believe that without nuclear power, well, we won't be able to cope in the Czech Republic. I don't know what the situation is in Poland, because all calculations which have been done show that renewable energy sources in our country will get 20% tops of energy from RES, and we have to obtain the rest from a different source. So what I'm saying is that nuclear power is one of the solutions. I don't know if I'll be an optimist, but I'll try.
Ja by som na to nadviazala tým, že čo bolo aj ktoré nie som úplný guru cez energetiku.
Ja nawiążę na to, co...
I'll refer to what has already been said about the power engineering sector.
Už kedysi dávno bol popísaný tzv. Jevonsov paradox.
Już w dawnych czasach opisano tak zwany
In the old days, James paradox was described.
Który mówi o tym, że jeżeli będziemy musieli oszczędzać energetycznego czegoś, to nie będzie to prowadziło do obniżenia zużycia energii.
That actually, if we improve energy efficiency, then it won't necessarily cause a reduction in energy consumption.
Sa točíme okolo energetickej efektivity, ale vždy na konci je ten spotrebiteľ, ktorý to užíva.
To już wiemy o tym dawno, cały czas kręcimy się.
Yes, we've been talking about this for a long time, but we've been sort of circling around energy efficiency, energy performance, but at the end of the day there's this user using it.
Wracam o k tomu vzdelávaniu a ja si myslím, že potrebujeme uvedomelých ľudí, ktorí budú schopní byť dobrovoľne skromní a užívať len také tovary a služby, ktoré naozaj nevyhnutne potrebujú.
No i tu wracam do tematu edukacji.
Hence the topic of education, because we need people in the society who will be frugal, modest, and only use things that they actually need. And I hope that we will succeed with this. Yes, that's what we all also hope. I don't have to ask Krakow, because we know that you look for this optimism in your consistency, in your coherence. You started your activities and the direction, there is one direction you're following. Yes, in fact, there are several points of anchorage, so to speak, for us, which we can quote as positive examples of changes. The increase in awareness of local citizens, because people are aware this problem affects them directly, but it also translates to the support for the anti-smog measures. According to opinion polls, over 80% of Małopolska inhabitants support the anti-smog measures being implemented in our voivodeship. We can see some also real-life effects in terms of replacement of heating devices. If we look at the period of the last 6 years, these boilers have been replaced. Over 60,000 of these boilers have been replaced in Małopolska. This is 3 times as many as in the previous 6-7 year period. So there has been a quantum leap in these investments, contributing to reduction in emissions. And thirdly, and most importantly, we see effects in terms of improvement in air quality. And this is not only Krakow. Over the last 7 years, the PM10 concentration in the heating season went down by 45%. So this is a very positive change, not only at the monitoring stations, but this can actually be felt by local citizens who have been finding out themselves that these measures have been bringing effects. But these positive effects are also seen in the Romanian area of our voivodeship. This average decrease in PM10 concentrations is by 30%. In the whole of Lesser Poland, of Małopolska. However, we are still facing lots of challenges. We are ready for Fit for 55. That is, there are different roads leading to this success. I wanted to thank you for accompanying us and following our debate. Thank you for your knowledge. Thank you for your experience, expertise, and the ambitions we have heard about. We have had our guests during the panel, Zdenka Mečková. Thank you. member of the Regional Council of the Moravian Silesian region, a beautiful region, invites us to visit. We've also had Dana Gavalierova from the Department of Regional Development of the Self-Government Żilina region, also a beautiful place. For Małopolska, Piotr Łyczko, Deputy Director of the Department of Environmental Protection of the Marshal's Office in Krakow, Małopolskie Województwo. Wilhelm Stewart, representative of the Director General for Environment of the European Commission. Thank you. Editor Marcin Popkiewicz. Thank you. More analyses, well, you can definitely find more on the internet featuring the editor, and it's worth looking at them. And Jakub Elstowski, the host of our meeting, Marshal of the Silesian Voivodeship. Thank you. Next meeting in this very room at 1:30. Thank you.
Jest, jak mnie słyszysz? Raz, dwa, trzy. 1, 1. Dominiku. Raz, dwa, trzy.
A na polski żeś dawał.
Ja, tu jest polski i co ty
To
tu?
teraz przyłączył.
Było cały czas. Co ty, Dominik, pieprzesz?
Ale to co ja słyszę, panowie, to słyszę, że mówicie, że to jest Polska, ale to nie jest.
Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Angielski.
Dobra.
No.
A zróbmy tą kombinację taką, co był problem, czyli z
No jest. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy.
I to jest angielski teraz znaczy, tak?
Tak.
No dość słabo pana słyszę. Halo, halo. Bardzo źle pana słyszę. O nie było lepiej. Dzień dobry, witam serdecznie.
Dobra, to Krzysiek.
Super, to powie mi pan, jak
tutaj
zmienić tło, żeby wszyscy nie widzieli mojej sypialni?
Możesz sobie coś tam, możesz sobie liczyć do
10.
Nie, no więcej. Zamknę drzwi.
A gdzie ty idziesz?
Posłucham sobie.
Czyli muszę
Ja sobie dopijam.
Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Jak nie
No,
słyszysz,
to jest
Dominiku, wychodź ty.
no,
Raz, dwa, trzy. Dominik słyszy mnie, czy nie słyszy mnie? Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery,
Jak to wygląda?
5, 10, 20, 100, 110, 110, 120. Raz, dwa.
No właśnie, próbuję. Ojej. To jest jednak przewaga Zoomów. Słyszę, już włączam mikrofon. Tylko kamerę odsłonię.
Hello, I'm Marek Durban. Welcome to another panel discussion at the first and historic Climate Con, 2021 Climate Con. Welcome. Viewers in front of the computer screens, we are hoping for your participation until the very end of this day. Day one of Climate Con. Many interesting discussions already before us, including Fit for 55 related discussion. And now we are going to talk about something yet different with the strong exchange of information, improvement of quality of air, good practices in cities and regions, including foreign guests. And I'd like to invite to the panel discussion Marshal Izabela Domogawa, a member of the board of the Silesian province, including Antoni Konopka, again, a member of the board of the management of the Opolskie Voivodeship. I've already mentioned some foreign guests, our neighbors. Martin Brusztyk, representatives of the Silesian-Moravian region from Czechia. And we obviously also include Piotr Łyczko, Vice Director for the Department of Environmental Protection of the Lesser Polish Voivodeship in Krakow. Once again, it is a pleasure to host Andrzej Muter, Director of the Life Department, National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. This is the full composition of our panel.
Prosimy zająć miejsce. Pierwsze pytanie, jak to zwykle bywa, do gospodarza, czyli do pani marszałek Domogały. Doświadczenie...
First question to you, Madam Marshal. A regional experience. What are the steps made by the region, by the voivodeship, for the sake of environmental protection, air quality in the first place? Hello, everybody. I would like to welcome all our guests. It is a pleasure to have you here. Well, this region, the Silesian voivodeship, always has tried to be the first, tried to be in the avant-garde and trying to experiment as well. What we did in 2019 was creating a special department for climate, or the climate unit at the Department of Environmental Protection. Agnieszka, my colleague and the director of this unit, is with us. I suppose you may also receive some questions. She is the person who is most definitely very important from the perspective of adaptation to climate changes, all the life projects that we implement, not only in partnership with our guests, including the region of Małopolska, but also, if not primarily, with our foreign partners. What we started from was the air quality or air protection program, very important to us. The new program that was adopted this year is already in place, all the remedial measures. It includes a very important, the Green Silesia strategy is a full package showing precisely where we want to get, how we want to get it, and showcasing that we want to take care of the green and the blue infrastructure, that is air and water, taking care in the first place of the heating sources and how we should take care of our environment so that the air quality in a couple of years' time is completely different than now. But these are also very important activities to us as far as large projects being implemented, those multifaceted, multidimensional, comprehensive projects. Our guest from the Małopolska region will tell you more about Life Lesser Poland, so I'm not going to speak for him, but let me boast about the Silesian province starting a big life project. We restored the blue. This is the Polish title of this project, including as many as 90 partners. That's the record-breaking number of partners in Silesia, and Silesia is the lead in this respect with 80 self-governmental partners, some of whom are here. 10 content-related partners, including the Silesian University of Technology, the Silesian Botanical Garden. So institutions not only handling environmental protection, biodiversity, but climate-related matters as well. And what I'm particularly satisfied about is that this project is primarily focused on innovation. And based on what we've already implemented is some demo projects. For instance, in public utility buildings, there are significant emitters of different greenhouse gases, those bad components to the air. We want to invest in those buildings as much as needed to make them as carbon neutral as possible. Another line of other investment is actually concerning linear infrastructure. Whenever there are decommissioned railway tracks or tram trucks, those areas that could be greened, again, made green, for every such project we have 500,000 zlotys for implementation. I hope there will be enough time to work it through with our partners from individual municipalities and communes, but also very important, as mentioned at the opening panel discussion, the Marshal's Office of the Silesian Province under the LIFE project will provide knowledge to eco-consultants working directly with municipalities and communes, more than 300 of those persons spread all across Silesia. They can make use of some postgraduate studies concerning renewable energy sources, environmental protection, and so on and so forth. And you, self-governmental people, representatives of local authorities, we will ask you to find and arrange for some space for these advisors to be placed at, because they are for you and especially for inhabitants, and I believe their roles are significant enough. You've already mentioned the partners to this project and partners of this event. Polish Smoke Alert. I would like to invite Mr. Nagalewski, who's the coordinator of the Polish Smoke Alert in Silesia. Please join us. Emil came to us with some information about the current composition of air, especially from concerning the air in the south of Poland. But I would like to hear about the good practice implemented in Lesser Poland right now. Oh, sorry, no, I'm addressing the representative of the Opole region. I wasn't sure if I heard it, so I misheard you. You were looking at a different person here, so thank you very much. Okay, a good intro. That's important enough. It's good that we are here and that we are talking about air and climate here in Upper Silesia, Opole region, neighboring on Silesia. We are very preoccupied. We are very interested in what's happening in Upper Silesia, Lower Silesia, but also in Lesser Poland. We also have some neighbors to the south across the Polish-Czech border. So as Madam Marshal has already mentioned, last year we've adopted the air protection program, since we found exceedance in 3 areas, PM10, PM2.5 and benzopyrene. In these 3 substances, we've exceeded the permissible thresholds. We'll update our anti-smoke regulation. If time allows me to, I will add a few pieces of information about that. There are interesting solutions for us. For instance, the Polish bikes, we want to try to come up with the idea how to facilitate biking routes, making use of environmental funding from the European sources. But there's also the Tricia project and LIFE project. But if we are to speak of good practices, I think the question is whether air protection programs actually contribute anything specific, anything tangible. Are they efficient? What are the prohibitions and impositions, certain enforcements? Obviously, there are certain individual actions assumed in those projects. If they are mandatory or not, that is disputable. But let me just add, they are effective. Starting from 2006, in our region, we reported exceedance of the target levels for benzopyrene. So in this respect, we, local authorities, made certain efforts, came up with with the air protection program, especially in this respect.
Działania zostały głównie na dwa obszary, dwa miasta. Kędzierzyn-Koźle.
And we decided to focus primarily on Kędzierzyn-Koźle and Gliwice.
I organizacyjna.
So these are obviously also matters of organization and technologies to be involved, plus financing.
Mocna współpraca i nadzór wojewódzkiego.
Significant aspect was obviously the supervision of the provincial inspectorate for environmental protection. It all boiled down to the following. Ever since 2017, we have no problems with the exceedance in concentration with benzoyl-pyrin. So the project turned out to be effective. How then, and hence the question, how to actually translate it, how to turn it into some specific success in terms of the environmental protection programs and air protection programs, considering the pollution factors. We are talking about municipal and household pollution, first and foremost. Now, what we managed to accomplish on the LIFE project, and I'm asking the moderator if I still have some time left. Yes, go on, please.
Dobrze. I chcę powiedzieć, że
I
przeprowadziliśmy
want to say that we've actually conducted a survey among 1,000 inhabitants of the Opole region concerning
świadomości społecznej dotyczącej niskiej
the social awareness of the matter of emission. An interesting conclusion, interesting findings were arrived actually. Obviously it all translates into the matters of
właściwie 16% potrafiło
of air quality, and only 16% of those that managed to determine what low emission or low stack emission was actually there, out of which 1/4 actually had no idea what
Następna, 1/4 z tych 1000 odpowiedziała, że
1/4 of these claimed that cost of heating and cost of electricity provision exceeded 10% of
czyli poziom ubóstwa energetycznego to 10%.
So the level of energy poverty is 10%.
I pytanie już ostatnie. Jaka była znajomość tutaj przepisów prawa w tym obszarze? No to nie.
So the knowledge of law in this respect was obviously a different matter. Not so much of a positive conclusions could be drawn there. So I was talking about Madam Marshall about that. And by the way, talking about a different a moderator from the room, actually we're neighboring, and he said that if Anthony Konopka is given a microphone, he will tell you a lot. He will tell you more even than you expect. Obviously we are joking here. So we have here, and we are going to Lesser Poland, the Krakow region. No project will 100% be successful if it is not recognized and supported by the inhabitants. Is this how you find low stack emission in Krakow? So firstly, I wanted to congratulate this team of organizers for actually having implemented this project. There are very few of these projects in Europe, in Poland, and it's a huge challenge to actually get this financing for such a project and then to implement this on a local basis. So insofar as our project actually included 69 partners, and then we heard that that was the biggest LIFE project in history until that time in Europe, well, we can see that Silesia actually added further numbers of stakeholders, which I hope will translate into better effects in this respect. It will also translate into bigger involvement of these people. So let me tell you the following now. As far as our strategy is concerned, in Lesser Poland, we base on 3 pillars. Changing the awareness of the inhabitants, increasing their awareness. That was very important. That was the very foundation
tego, jakie przepisy obowiązują, jest niski. To też zapewne wynika z tego, że
it all stems from the following, obviously.
i z poziomu regionalnego, ale przede wszystkim
from the regional level and the involvement of communes,
które w tych gminach
that's important and
powiedzmy punktów styczności z mieszkańcami, kontaktują się z nimi na co dzień.
Obviously, we are talking about the involvement of local leaders, priests, for instance, parish priests, or fire brigades, physicians, teachers, all those people that are our allies in this respect, in the process of changing the awareness. Another pillar, actually, is also very important, is the matter of the regulations. There's regulations that will lead us to the following point, the point at which we can actually effectively find low-stock emission sources, the furnaces, the household furnaces that obviously don't comply with the standards or bad quality fuels, and we've successfully introduced all those regulations all across the Lesser Poland region. But we wanted to go even one step further. Actually, there are individual communes in the Lesser Poland region that want these regulations to be even more stringent in terms of departure from coal, and this is obviously a very positive trend because it will only accelerate the anti-smog activities and improve the effect of the quality of air improvement. But what this must involve is control and inspection of the compliance with the provisions of anti-smoke regulations. Hence, the job for coordinators or the municipal guard and so on and so forth is to actually implement those inspection or control or auditing activities, because they must not necessarily end up with some fines being imposed, but very often they are kind of a direct signal for inhabitants that they actually must change the household furnaces. Parts that are, the stickers that are placed on those furnaces with a date by which the given furnace should have been replaced. But the third pillar, also very important, and it does actually support the inhabitants. We are talking about access to funds that enable inhabitants to get funding from the Life Clean Air Fund. And we are obviously providing our support in this respect. So what we do is we try to organize a kind of a one-stop shop service point, user service point under the LIFE program at every single municipality or every single commune, without the need for actually too much bureaucracy, people that are consultants in terms of filling up all those documents and forms, but advising in terms of the choice of furnaces and sources of heating and educational activities. The very mix of all these activities that is very much possible because we are implementing the integrated LIFE project here. It was basically the accelerator for all these activities. It enabled us to do all the implementations in the Lesser Poland region. That was a solution of how we managed to get to the final success. And now we are most preoccupied with the continuation of all these measures and activities. We want to support these activities under the operational program for our region, under the future financing perspective. And we are hoping the air quality improvement effects that we have already noticed be improved. We're hoping to be able to observe even more positive effects in the future, actually. Higher education, higher awareness, better awareness. Now, again, we are addressing a question to the Polish smog alarm. How do you support local authorities to be more efficient, enable them to be more efficient in gaining funds and finances for various such projects? Are you just waving a finger or doing much more?
Polski alarm smogowy?
So, Polish smog alert, yes, you have to improve, you have to get better in Silesia and Małopolska because it doesn't look like it should, in the charts. Yeah, Polish smog alert is actually something that there is a network of social organizations, civic groups which have small possibilities actually, but the possibilities that are provided by the functioning democratic state, providing information, education, but also but also using all sorts of pressures through different actions, through different measures, positive rankings, negative rankings, and what we do. Actually, today we publish even a ranking list, a new ranking list related to how self-government, local authorities in Poland would, how the local citizens of communes in Poland would be willing to use the Clean Air program, the subsidies offered by the Clean Air program, how they were willing to use it. And good news for people in this voivodeship and for the authorities of the voivodeship is that 2 communes actually are there at the top of the ranking. Is from Silesia. Godów took the first place. I don't know if we have representatives from Godów. It's a smaller town which has been competing for the top places among the most polluted communes in Poland. The head of the commune of Godów participated in different meetings and conferences concerning low stack emissions, and it's clear that opening oneself up to such measures actually yields results, and Godów has this currently, and the people from Godów have recently been reaching out for these subsidies from the Clean Air program. This ranking list I've been talking about, it has been actually triggering a lot of emotions, mainly among those who do not have particularly favorable position in this ranking. And I sometimes have to face the question as to what the local authority can do, because the head of the commune, the mayor, they won't actually force the local citizens to replace their heating source. Indeed, they won't do it using brute force, but they have different possibilities. And before I tell you about these possibilities, I'd just like to point to 3 facts which are generally known but important from the point of view of what we are talking about. Namely, above all, 2017, adoption of the anti-smog resolution. 2018, the Clean Air program launched. And another fact is still ahead of us. Exactly 39 days from now, I have actually calculated it precisely, the prohibition on the oldest smoke-belching stoves will be introduced in the Silesian voivodeship. And what does it mean? Well, the communes can actually inform the local inhabitants about the anti-smog resolution, about the schedule for replacement of boilers. They can also follow the Clean Air program and support the citizens in the obtaining of subsidies from the Clean Air program. And the commune or the local officials can clearly and legibly indicate that the anti-smog resolution will be enforced. Heating sources failing to meet the requirements of the anti-smog resolution face quite substantial fines, and it's worth talking about it. So not educating but penalizing, fining people, has this been suggested here? Well, I believe that we all remember this from school. Education and encouragement, this works only for some. For others, there need to be regulations, sanctions, fines, so that they watch what they are doing. I've come here from Rybnik. It's a town which, well, for many years used to be considered the capital of smog in the Silesian voivodeship, maybe also in Poland at large. The air in Rybnik, well, it's not crystalline. It has not become absolutely pure, but some measures have been undertaken that have brought us closer to clean air. What has Rybnik been doing, and what can other communes do? Rybnik provides information. Actually, it bombards local citizens with information about the anti-smog resolution, about the deadlines approaching, and I have jotted down a couple of pieces of information, because you can provide information in different ways, so as to prevent anyone from knowing about it, or actually you can flood the local inhabitants with information. So Rybnik did it in local, circulars and bulletin boards, bus stops, screens on board city buses, also text messages, social media, and also they conducted an informational campaign through conventional media. They had to pay for it. I don't work at the office, so I didn't even have to check about the measures. The info simply.
Po drugie, Rybnik od samego początku.
The information simply reached me. I jotted it down immediately. Rybnik has also been supporting citizens in the obtaining of subsidies. It was one of the first, arguably. I don't want to omit anyone, but it was definitely one of the first localities that launched a consultancy point for clean air, with the local inhabitants obtaining support in the preparation of the subsidy applications. Currently, 2 of such points are in operation because Rybnik reached for the money offered by National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, and so there are 2 outlets allowing local inhabitants to prepare the application better. Thirdly, Rybnik, through its mayor, announced the enforcement of the anti-smog resolution, and the mayor of Rybnik arguably was one of the first local authorities in Silesia who said it openly: no concessions for those who failed to do anything to prepare the heating of their house to the new regulations. This was a clear signal for all the inhabitants, and it was, I believe, the signal that went actually that echoed very strongly across the region, and the result is that Rybnik from the very start has been taking the top places in the ranking list, and in absolute figures Rybnik is unmatched. Rybnik is second to none with the 4,000 applications filed by local inhabitants, and followed by the next on the list with some 1,500. So this is actually a result of these consistent actions carried out for many years. So where is Pszczyna here? You must associate Pszczyna, the bison. There is the bison enclosure, and you know that in Pszczyna, basically, if you put out some lungs, they get black in a couple of, maybe not hours, but days. Yes, that's true. But positive news is that in the recent ranking list for the last quarter, Pszczyna has gone up on this, so something is going on, and Pszczyna smog alert is operating efficiently. It might sound arrogant, but once the anti-smog alert appears in a given city or town, these measures become more effective. Yes, indeed, the effects can be seen. And let us look beyond our border, not the border of the voivodeship, but the border of our state. Our close neighbors, Mr. Martin Brucznik, what does it look like from your point of view, your regional path to clean air, the characteristics of the Moravian Silesian region? You are similar to Śląski, to Silesia. There are mines there, and Polish miners work there. Yes, could I have the presentation? It's brief, so... Yes, let's have the presentation. We can refer to this. There is a remote. We are ready for it. A very important contribution from a southern neighbor. Yes. I will speak Czech. For me, this is more comfortable, and hopefully you will understand. I agree, we are close, our problems are similar. And before we see the presentation, I'll just give you a couple of figures on how we seek to improve the quality of air in our Moravian Silesian region. We will look at the 3 groups: industry, low stack emissions, and transport. And what does it look like in terms of industry? Well, we have regulation, we have the best available techniques and technologies which we use to meet all the requirements. In the presentation you will see that the Liberty Ostrava metallurgical plant and the Chiniec plant near the border, they have new filters which not only reduce the concentrations of these suspended substances, particulate matter 2.5 and PM10, but also carcinogenic substances. So these plants are well equipped.
velice se nám osvědčily.
And then we have the voluntary arrangement, voluntary agreements, which go beyond the framework of EU regulations, where there is this planting of vegetation or cleaning up the transport, also outside the plant, whether in the municipal area or beyond that. So these plants also provide their funds, the money for these services. Let us see the presentation now. Air quality, and that's important. You can see the filter, textile filter, installed at the Chinec metallurgical plant. It's a big plant, and also Liberty Ostrava. These filters pretty strongly reduce the emission of particulate matter and electrostatic precipitators also, which improve that, and these fabric filters are actually even better now. And these are MOUs, or voluntary MOUs, which we mentioned on environmental protection, agreement on environmental protection. We see not only the obligations, undertakings on part of the plant, but also some institutions, the Moravian Silesian region and the communes, and it's important to note that not only our region but also the plants have been going beyond the obligatory frameworks and limits. So, for instance, cleaning up the
Takže to jsou takové závazky, které jdou nad rámec toho, co by dělat nemusel.
Transport and vegetation, planting vegetation on on-site roads, and also replacement of boilers, also household boilers, so we provide money for that. And this is similar to what's going on here. So replacing old boilers with new low emission boilers, and the old one you have to get rid of it. That's our condition. Actually, you're not allowed to sell it. You have to actually dispose of it at the right place, at the right facility. So these old boilers are supposed to be replaced. These old coal-fired, wood-fired, or pellet-fired boilers need to be replaced by new solutions. We have also PV, small sources, heat pumps, and this is how we replace old heating sources with new, modern, state-of-the-art, environmentally friendly ones. Obviously, not all everywhere do we have central heating, central district heating sources. Sometimes we have gas, and there are some points where such boilers need to be provided elsewhere. We just hook up to the
Edukace. Určitě se všemi souhlasím a se všemi předřečníky, že edukace je velice důležitá a de facto bez
I agree with everything that has been said here.
Jsou na to ty lifeovské projekty,
Education is tremendously important, and without it we won't be able to move forward.
Je to jenom ten střípek.
So these are life projects supporting this, but we need to also understand this as merely a part of the larger picture. And so here we have measures provided for these investment projects, construction, improvement of quality of combined heat and power plants, new generation, and this is what it looks like in our area. And I actually am a bit jealous. I think that, you know, an anti-smog act, this is something we could use. We are not actually allowed to issue this kind of regulation at the local level with deadlines for ending the combustion of coal. We have a national deadline, the end of 2022. First and second emission class boilers will be banned from further use. And the question is how we will achieve this.
A cesty, to znamená to, co se snažíme udělat, kraj vlastní vozový park,
So, checking road transport, our fleet, our means of transportation, we have some electric cars, and obviously public transport, regional transport. We try to actually choose CNG cars on a priority basis. And, we have more money for cleaning up transport. And positive aspects, we seek to improve this all the time. Look at what it looked like back in the 70s, 1970s, when the Moravian Silesian region used to emit 320,000 tons of dust, particulate matter. And it was actually similar in the Silesian voivodeship, and currently we see a much more positive picture, 5,000 tons.
2019 robi to z całą pewnością wrażenie.
So, thank you. We see that it works. You know, it's a point of view that's not distant from us, but it is a point of view from a different country. So it's worthwhile asking about it. But awareness is one thing, but we need to find money for these projects. So a question for Mr. Andrzej Mutter from the Life Department of the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. What does financing of such projects look like? Well, thank you for this question, but before I answer it, I would like to join the director in these congratulations. This is undoubtedly a big success for you know, in terms of gaining funds for an integrated project. This is tremendously demanding. Even writing that is difficult, and then implementing these projects, well, this is actually a huge amount of work. However, this has been done, and this is a spectacular achievement. And I'm very happy to see that recently the board of the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management has allocated financing to this project, 25 million zlotys, more than that from the fund's resources. Now we are waiting for the decision of the supervisory board, and soon we'll be able to enter into the agreement. So we're talking about substantial funds in terms of integrated projects. Sorry, but round of applause for the National Fund, 25 million.
Bardzo dziękujemy w imieniu Śląskich.
Thank you on behalf of Silesian communes. Yes, we have to thank the supervisory board, but I'm very happy to be here among beneficiaries of the LIFE program. This is an instrument which several years ago was virtually unknown in Poland, and now it's becoming increasingly well known. And what is amazing when we talk about integrated projects is that in Poland local authorities specialize in this. So here a nod at the Małopolskie Voivodeship 2 integrated project. This is a very big success. But also the Opolskie Voivodeship has been implementing a project concerning air protection. So this is something that the Marshal is associated with, and congratulations to you for this. And projects for life, for the LIFE program, it's a very interesting instrument of the European Commission. It's not only something that covers air protection, but a whole spectrum of environmental issues, from nature-related projects. LIFE initially was known in Poland mainly for its nature-related projects, and the Silesian Voivodeship is again a good example. Landscape parks, 2 self-government authority projects we are very proud of. But these are funds from the European Commission. Of course, they are ours because we pay the contribution. But to obtain co-financing, well, it's not that easy for us because one has to file applications with the European Commission. Now, one needs to compete against projects from different European countries, different EU countries. So, and the greater the joy when these projects are accepted. And this integrated project in the Silesian Voivodeship is all all the more worth our attention, because statistically one project from one area should be allocated to a specific member state, and so this project was one that initially the Małopolskie Voivodeship had, and so here kudos for this, for obtaining to Poland for obtaining a project for air protection. And since we are talking about this, once we manage to define this European competition, you enter into the agreement with the European Commission, report to the European Commission, and just 2 words. I hope I'll be able to add something in the following round, but 2 words about this. The National Fund has been joining in terms of substantive support, helping you prepare such projects and write the applications. And what is important, we've been joining in financially, which has been said a while ago.
Thank you very much. Madam Marshal also has already extended the congratulations from the region, but obviously there are some projects that are fantastic in terms of the media resonance, how they resonate in the media, and those that actually include the education and finally clean air. You know, Marshall, know what I'm talking about. Education from the earliest age. Obviously, I'm boasting about this project a little bit, but I have to stress that it was invented by women, by the pediatrical doctor that was, I remember that precisely, sitting at me in my office, and she was saying that, you know, those kids are really very often falling ill in the heating season. Obviously, we could not, you know, buy clean air. So together with our director Badańska, the true jewel in our organization, not only the LIFE project, congrats for that, but also programs, educational programs, anti-smoke programs in kindergarten. 600 different kindergartners, 1,000 different air purifiers installed, an education that covered 150,000 people in Silesia with only 1,400,000 Polish zlotys in spending. So very modest budget. And what we've achieved was actually a big surprise to us, because as the call for action was announced 7:30, 7:45 was actually done deal. The local authorities actually submitted all the requests and applications, and we were donating our air purifiers to individual kindergartens. Now, as a kind of award for this educational action in the kindergartens, there are so many people also here sitting in this room that actually benefited from this action. There was a second installment of that, and I was witnessing those kindergarten children talking about anti-smoke activities, how they carried the torch of education to their grandparents and parents, and actually they managed to distinguish or tell the difference between low emission and low stack emission, which is not so common in Poland actually. And we had also an opportunity of meeting those kids. This simply translated into a working, effective program. So if they start breathing pure air in the kindergarten rooms, and actually I'm so happy about that, and I would like to say thank you to all those local authority representatives, because our aim is precisely that, acting as extensively, as comprehensively as possible, finding funds to actually be able to work in such manner. We won't do anything on a spot basis. Without synergy, without collaboration, it will not bring us good results. So thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Marshal. Is it truly a smog? Is it the monster as the one that was once dwelling underneath the castle of Krakow? Is it truly this monster? And you managed to actually tackle this problem? Have you already triggered this growth in awareness of local people, in Silesian province? Yeah, talking, for instance, in Racibórz, that we are saying no to coal. As bluntly as that, in big cities, obviously, is significantly more difficult. Yes, we do take care of clean air, but there are matters of habits and cultural matters, traditions, and so on and so forth, plus the finance, obviously. So how do you manage to convince people about being proactive as far as air purity is concerned. So obviously we must not perceive the problem of smog fighting only from the perspective of large cities. Actually, the problem is even bigger in smaller municipalities that have significant problems with the use of solid fuels or low-performing household heating devices. It is also more difficult to explain to local inhabitants that this is truly a source of pollution that has direct impact on their health. That is negative not only to them and for their neighbors, but primarily to their own families. But I also believe that the very key to the success to effectively addressing smaller municipalities is, first and foremost, getting the local authorities on board and making them truly involved. And it's already been said here. We cannot handle those educational campaigns effectively if not from the regional level. So even if we get involved in billboard campaigns, publicity campaigns and radio on a local TV of regional reach, all these activities must be supported by actions implemented on individual municipality or commune level. And this is the role and the job of the consultants or advisors that we already mentioned. But it's not just and merely the advisor who is decisive of the effect in terms of the awareness changes of contributing to these awareness development. It is important to convince individual heads of communes and mayors about the priority of all those actions related to the air quality improvement. If they are not convinced, if the, let's say, municipal councillors are not sure about that, it will be definitely more difficult to implement those educational but also control actions more effectively. We have to implement those programs in such a comprehensive manner, and we will never ever achieve such quick effects without their contribution. And these are the activities that we conducted at the beginning of the 2000s or in the 1990s. And it turned out that even after changing the household furnaces, even for co-funding, on a co-funding basis, they would return to the more obsolete solutions because of the maintenance costs or running costs. So obviously, we have to perceive all these matters comprehensively if you want to achieve a comprehensive success. So it's not only about the implementation of the actions in big cities, not only in making a lot of people involved, mayors and heads of communes and advisors, but also leaders of local communities that have strong support in terms of inhabitants. If such information is actually conveyed through a teacher or physician or through a parish priest, for instance, during the sermon, it may have a significantly larger impact compared to a situation of where such activities are only implemented by local authorities. It's just a matter of economy. Is this, circle of leaders should not include an accountant? And my question goes to Madam Marshall. To me, the key word here is poverty. Energy poverty, which we've been already addressing. Are you struggling with this problem as well? Sometimes what we hear in households is, yes, we want to be eco-friendly, but, this eco-friendly call, you can see the electricity price going up. How come? This is precisely what we hear in our southern neighbors. Antoni? It's good that you've actually addressed this problem. I was thinking on how to actually tackle this problem. Administrative orders, regulations, and impositions, and so on and forth. Everything related to this problem of energy poverty. And I actually am a representative, maybe not as a member of the management of the region, but I originally come from a small town, a rural municipality with 90% of inhabitants, 90% of the area of our voivodeship. So 500,000 people of the inhabitants of the Opole region live in the country. I'm not saying that it is easier for them to live in the cities, in big cities. I'm talking about a situation where obviously the gas network, the district heating network, and in our region we can see a significant comminution of the system, a huge dissemination of that. When one is a lone person living in a big house, they stand an idea, they face a dilemma all the time, how to maintain that. I'm not just talking about putting some rubber boot into the furnace or stove in order to actually provide the heating. I'm talking about some decent fuels that should be purchased. And let alone the deadlines or the goals that we want to achieve, we always have to keep the human being in mind. And I agree. The role of local authorities is enormous, especially those that can keep track of the current situation on a daily basis. They can actually effectively collaborate with mayors and heads of communes. These representatives of local authorities are local leaders themselves. And if they can actually collaborate with the physicians and teachers and parish priests, this is the key to providing for the right funds. The Stop Smoke program, for instance, was not 100% effective, I believe, but still, we do want to achieve some significant improvements. Anything else? You still grab the mic, so you can continue. No, I'm passing the floor to Madam Marshall, but later on I can speak up again. It's a very interesting perspective of the Opole region. What about the Upper Silesian perspective? Yes, you've mentioned the energy poverty here, but the problem of the clean air program is reversely proportionate. The higher the more you earn, the lower donation you get. Actually, it is no time finding excuses. Actually, it is not our job as the local authority or the public officers. 80 or 90% of co-funding is a lot. It's really a lot. There's the clean air program, and the representatives of local authorities present here, they secure enormous funds in their budgets to provide for heat pump installation or replacement of furnaces. You see, using my own personal experience, I didn't get a single penny of subsidy, but I decided that my investment is for the sake of future, and it really works perfectly because, my cost of heating, especially following last winter that was very cold and very long, it really cost pennies. It really cost peanuts. So this is truly something that enables us to use those high-tech solutions. I'm not just talking about thermal upgrading of buildings using a high-tech polystyrene foam, but primarily technologies for the heating, not just district heating. And have a look at fantastic low-interest commercial loans, eco-friendly loans, and having a look at what's happening in the financial sector where it is not worth your while keeping your money at deposits bank, because let's invest in your future, eco-friendly future, but also financially effective. Now I'm addressing representative of the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. What are the prospects? Well, I'd say they are very positive. The LIFE program is incredible. This is a fantastic success of the European Commission. Its history is really long. It was established in 1998, and ever since, unceasingly, continuously, the European Commission has been calling for applications, announcing the calls for projects. And the problems with financing perspective, sometimes we are left with our own action. Sometimes we have to act for 2 years in order to really push those EU-funded or EU co-funded projects ahead. But the finance perspective has already started in the current horizon. As far as the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management is concerned, what is also important, as stressed by Madam Marshall, is that up to 80-90% of co-funding is a lot, but as a National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management, we are also hoping for further collaboration with the European Commission, even now up to 95% of eligible costs. So with a 5% of own contribution, you can really implement such an eco-friendly project, which should also be mentioned that integrated projects that we're talking about stimulate huge amounts of money in the Małopolskie Voivodeship was 1 billion euros, and you can actually get significantly more. But financing obviously is one thing, and it should be added that we've started funds for actually preparing the applications to co-funding projects. So even when thinking about how to develop an application, you can actually make use of our consultancy, even up to 80,000 zlotys for preparation of applications. Obviously, it is limited by some EU funds. We are not on crossing paths here, on conflicting paths with the efforts of the European Commission. I'm not just talking about the face masks and the distribution, but there are actually significant and positive aspects of the pandemic, to be honest. For instance, we had to move to the internet with our information or publicity activity, and this experience enables us to actually consolidate the knowledge that we've already passed on. Our website contains a lot of information. There's a YouTube channel that we've established where you can find virtually all webinars that we've released to date, so you can get really familiar with this matter. And one more thing, if I may. We're talking about local authorities here, and the LIFE project is an excellent tool for businesses. You can invest based on the European funds, and the EU funds are not subject to the assessment of public subsidy. I'm not talking about public aid here. But you can still implement a project first to test your innovativeness and your technologies from the environmental friendliness perspective. You can also foster this technology, disseminate the knowledge on this, and promote it simply. That's precisely what the LIFE project applications stress for businesses. Dissemination is something different. Promotion, namely. You can promote yourself in Poland, all across the world. And I'm talking about your businesses and your technology. So LIFE is business-friendly, environment-friendly, well, everybody-friendly. We should ask a question about the main challenges for the incoming decade. And that's the last question. It goes to our guest from Czechia. What are the challenges that you've defined? And please try to address what we have already mentioned, namely, the very budget or the balance of those eco-friendly changes. Whether we like it or not, the prices of electricity have gone up in your country as well. Well, to be as straight as possible, the largest share of financing, one that was allocated for the change of local heat sources, investment in industry, should come from Europe. At least this is our concept. Obviously, regions, municipalities, communes do participate in the funding, but their funds are very limited to allow them to actually trigger such enormous changes. So our concept is that most of these funds should be acquired from the EU funds. And one of these interesting projects, I would say, maybe the production of green hydrogen that could be introduced into the natural gas grid, as well as investing in receiving units for natural gases, which can be converted into hydrogen supply. And up to 5%, addition of up to 5% of hydrogen is nothing deleterious, actually. So if you can, for instance, if you produce electricity from wind, especially offshore wind farms, that through electrolysis is converted into hydrogen, and we add this hydrogen to natural gas, you can actually cut your supplies from Russia, and you just supplement those tiny amounts of natural gas coming from Russia. So there are significant profit benefits arising from the use of hydrogen, but it must not release any countries or regions from their responsibilities, must not be their foundation of financing, because regions don't have these funds. A very interesting opinion here, a cross-border perspective. Plus there is the Visegrad group, the smoke alert, just for the end. If we think about all these plans, if we think about, let's say, 70% of these plans being implemented, where will we be in a decade's time, in 10 years' time? Now, I'm not a fortune teller here, but if we keep acting, as Madam Marshall has mentioned, that we stop looking for excuses, if we finally start really listening to our local communities, because the results of our survey claim that more than 80% of the inhabitants of the Silesian province knows that breathing dirty air actually ruins their health, and more than 60% of the inhabitants of Silesia can actually support the ban on using coal in households. In such a region as the Upper Silesia, with such an incredible coal mining tradition, if so many people are ready for such radical changes, it clearly showcases that we must no longer wait for the changes. You said decade. No, I don't really want to wait a decade. I want to see those changes happening now. And the situation improves with every single household furnace changed. But we must not stop there. Okay, I'll keep pressing on a decade because it is a continuous process at all costs. So, a voice from Opole region. Most certainly, we have to operate on different levels, in different dimensions, and in all places geographically. Let me just remind you that the Opolskie Life, in terms of the sheer amount, is the smallest program. And I'm talking about it from the European Commission and the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. So thank you for all these sources. But in terms of a period, I think we've been operating for just 12 months. We haven't managed to accelerate properly, and we have to actually decelerate already because it's the program's coming to its end. Still, we have to support our inhabitants. Yes, the equipment is important, the sensors are important, and the information system we are planning to deploy in the nearest future. It will allow us to manage the quality of air and, make decisions by the inhabitants themselves, whether to go out or not go out, just, whether to send your children to school or not. But since you mentioned the perspective of 10 years, we are planning, this is our signature program, by the way, a concept. We are negotiating this with the European Commission, and we call this, the working title is the European Initiative of Local Communes. To cut a long story short, in terms of environmental protection and air protection, we can, once it is implemented, we can have in disposal a certain amount to support NGOs operating in individual urban, suburban and rural areas, and certain informal groups as well, whose operations, whose efforts are very important. Thank you very much. And a recap from the Lesser Poland's perspective. I really don't want to be talking about anti-smoke regulation in 10 years' time. No, I really want to see it implemented significantly sooner. In 10 years' time, we really want to get to the standards of WHO. Very rigorous, very strict, but it will definitely translate into our health. And you, Madam Marshall, how much of that is optimist and how much is realistic? Cooperation, firstly, and let's stop looking for excuses. Let's really get down to work. We have to count the money, but it's most important to stop, curing ourselves. Let's try to prevent those illnesses from really happening. It will definitely translate into improvement of our health. Let this be the very point of this very interesting discussion featuring Izabela Domagała, a member of the Silesian Voivodeship's management, Antoni Konopka, member of the management board for the Opole Voivodeship, Piotr Łyczko, Vice Director for the Department of Environmental Protection of of the Marshal's office in Krakow, Martin Brusztik, representatives of the Silesian Moravian country, Martin Włodek, and Emil Nagalewski, coordinator for the Polish smoke alert in Silesia. Thank you very much, and we'll be back 3, and we are going to talk about different tools and support programs for the Silesia. Thank you.
To najpierw zaproszenie gości. Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the final session of the first day of Salesian ClimateCon. Let us welcome back Wilhelmus de Wild.
Zaproszę także
and also Małgorzata Staś, Director of the Regional Development Department of our Marshal's Office, Mr. Paweł Bartoszewski, Head of the team, the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. We'll start in a while.
Szanowni Państwo, czas na finał w takim razie dnia.
So time for the final session of the day, the final discussion as part of Salesian ClimateCon, and we have our guests here with us. The topic is the European, national and local financial instruments for the environment and for the climate. Our guests are here. I will introduce our guest, Wilhelmus de Wild, representative of Director General for Environment of the European Commission. And also we have Małgorzata Staś, Director of the Regional Development Department of the Marshal's Office of the Salesian Voivodeship. Hello. And Mr. Paweł Bartoszewski, Head of the team of the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. The guests, as you can see, are with us online, but all with us. Barbara Baka, Deputy Director of the Department for Infrastructural Programs.
Witam Państwa, dzień dobry.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So, okay, 2 seconds of lag we see, but thanks for being with us. We also have Agata Drew, Portfolio Manager, East and Southeast Europe Clean Air Fund. Hello. We also have Mr. Grzegorz Rabsztyn, Head of the European Investment Bank Office in
Dzień
Warsaw.
dobry Państwu.
Hello, and Jana Sabat, CEO Developer, Ecosystems Development. Demand Generation, National System Transformation, Climate Kick. Hello.
Witam serdecznie.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Pytanie w takim razie do pana Wilhelmusa de Wilda. Jak wysoko...
Now, a question for Wilhelmus de Wild. How high do we set the bar, you know? How interconnected are all these financial instruments we talk about, these national, European and regional ones?
Yes, I would like to give a kind of overview of all the financial instruments, but I have to warn you there are many. So I will give a kind of overview and try to link it as much as possible, as I know from the Polish situation. So let's first start with the structural funds. So we have the European Regional Development Fund, Cohesion Fund and the European Social Fund. And these are normally worked out in operational programs. And this is the time that operational programs are being developed, and we will hear about it from our regional experts as well. This is a big pot of money. We are talking about several hundreds of billions of euros for the budget year cycle 2021-2027. So this is really big. And when we are talking about clean air, most people tend to associate any measures with this because, for example, the boiler exchange program in the Czech Republic and Slovakia, but also in Poland, was so far largely funded from this structural fund money. But there is far more that can be used for air quality purposes. So I would like to point also to the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. And why is that important? Because under this agricultural funding, you can address ammonia. And ammonia is an important pollutant in itself, but ammonia is also important because it is a kind of secondary particulate matter. So if you have a problem with particulate matter, it can be coming directly from the low stacks, for example, from boiling coal or biomass, but it can also be formed by chemical reactions in the atmosphere, for example, with ammonia. Other projects, and I would like to say that this is very interesting because these are all grants. So you get them, you have to do some co-funding, and that can vary a little bit. But and there are various priority objectives, and it can be research and development. Air quality can benefit. You have climate and environment as one of the big pillars. And of course, that is obvious that you can do measures like clean buses or boilers, etc. Mobility is an important pillar. And especially also in Poland and other Eastern European countries where transport can also be polluting. That is an important aspect. And we have also, for example, an urban pillar where also measures for air quality can be taken. So you can do air quality in quite a few pillars of these structural funds. Another program that is not very well known, but I would like to mention it in the context of DG Regio, our regional department is managing these funds, is the Urban Innovative Action, which is a bit like the LIFE program, but then managed by DG Regio. They have similar projects, similar size, but I just want to mention it, that it is available, that it is there, and that you can also join that. DG Regio is also managing Interreg, and we had already interesting experiences, and I know that, for example, several communes in South Silesia are working with the Slovak partners, so that's very interesting. So this is all coming from DG Regio. And for DG Agri for the Agricultural Fund. We also have other funding programs, and that could also be very beneficial for clean air. For example, the Connecting Europe facility. And Connecting Europe facility has, for example, transport projects. And in the past, they were very much focusing on the big trans-European networks. Big motorways that you could go, for example, from the Netherlands to Greece, all the way through Europe. But nowadays it is more about sustainable development, sustainable mobility. And there you touch on interesting things, for example, clean buses, interregional public transport, etc. That could be very interesting for air quality. Another, and it is a substantial pot of money. We are talking about 50 billion euros, so I mean it is really big. Then there's the Just Transition Fund. We already mentioned it for coal regions in transition. We also have the recovery plans. You know, there was this extra above the budget of about 1,050 billion euros. There is this about 750 billion recovery plan related to the COVID crisis. So there you can also do a lot about the sustainable development, air quality and climate measures. Then we have research programs, Horizon Europe. That is focusing on research and innovation. And that can be very interesting also if you want to reconvert the economy, for example, in Silesia. If you say, well, we lose jobs, we want to develop high-tech applications, for example, for medicine was mentioned earlier, then Horizon can also, it cannot develop the SMEs, it is not an SME, but it can certainly help to develop technology that later then can be turned into products that can be sold. And then it was already mentioned in the earlier session, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this, is the LIFE program. So the Horizon Fund is very interesting for research and innovation. But if you have a product, for example, under LIFE, you can do pilots, demonstrations, you can test if it is working, and you can disseminate this. So, and in addition, LIFE is also very good for governance, for awareness, as was mentioned earlier. So, in that sense, we have a lot of programs with different perspectives. I would like to mention also that in the European context, but I'm pretty sure that one of the other panelists will share this, we have InvestEU and the European Investment Bank who can play a role. And that is a big investment program, and they can talk about loans and guarantees, but as we have another panelist, I'm not going to mention further. Very important, and then I will stop this contribution and I'm happy to discuss further, is that there is support available. We already had someone from the National Fund, and they are the national contact point if you want to develop LIFE projects. LIFE projects, as was said before, it is not easy to write a good proposal. And it's not just for LIFE, but it's also for Horizon. It's a kind of skills that you need, experience that could be very useful. So use your national contact point if you aspire to this. Every country, whether it is in the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, every country has a national contact point that can help you in assessing and improving your chances. Another thing for help is also that you can use the executive agencies who manage the programs. So, for example, for LIFE, it is CINEA in Brussels, and they have expertise and they can share. And last but not least, you also have policy officers in the Directorate General, for example, in Regio, in Agriculture, and in LIFE, also in DG Environment, like me. So if it comes for clean air, I would be the contact person for clean air proposals and projects in the context of the LIFE program. So there is a lot of expertise available, but I'm afraid that not always many people realize that help is available to help them get to the appropriate European funding. And I think this is a very wide overview, so there's a lot of support available, but sometimes you have to know
your way.
Thank you very much. Jak Państwo słyszeli, ten wachlarz możliwości jest...
So as you've heard, this array of possibilities is huge, and definitely Wilhelmus, as he said, he outlined these main paths which we tread to obtain funds at the European level. But the European Investment Bank has been called upon to speak. So we are looking towards Mr. Grzegorz Rapsztyn to Warsaw. Please tell us which instruments, which facilities are the best for the financing of all these environmentally friendly projects and climate friendly projects.
Panie redaktorze, bardzo dziękuję za
Mr. Editor, thank you very much for this question and thank you for the invitation to today's Congress. I would just like to say in the first place that this array of products, financial products, which can be useful for the financing of climate and environment projects is very extensive, starting from green loans to green bonds, which, by the way, were issued in 2007 for the first time by the European Investment Bank. 2016, Poland was the first country to issue green bonds. But there are more diverse instruments, facilities which can be connected by a common denominator, namely the fact that they are intended for the financing of the climate and of the environment, but taking into account when financing is provided, the ESG factors, environmental and social governance. The European Investment Bank, as the climate bank of the European Union, takes these factors into account when granting its financing. Starting from this year, all projects financed by the EIB must comply with the objectives and principles of the Paris Agreement. And last year, it was a record year in Poland in terms of financing for the climate and for the environment, because as part of the whole portfolio of 5.2 billion euro of financing in Poland, 41% of that portfolio was allocated to climate and environment projects. This is obviously a lot, but we do realize how big the investment needs are related to the energy transition and in relation to the implementation of the objectives and goals for the European Green Deal and Fit for 55, EIB experts estimate that these costs, these investment expenditures, will exceed 350 billion euro annually. And in order to gather all these funds, we need collaboration on the part of the public sector and the part of the private sector. And this private sector can to a large extent be mobilized by the financial sector precisely to make these pro-climate and green investments. And as it has already been said, I would like to draw your attention to two main programs in terms of obviously refundable instruments offered by the EIB, which will be of key importance when it comes to climate and environment financing, namely the InvestEU program and the Just Transition Mechanism. And as far as InvestEU is concerned, this is obviously an investment program which is the success of the Juncker plan, which is supposed to mobilize up to 372 billion euro in investments. Investments characterized by a higher risk profile, and these are often investments in renewable energy sources and broadly conceived green investments, and 30% of the whole financing as part of InvestEU, which will be provided largely by the European Investment Bank, but also by Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego in Poland and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. 30% of this financing is supposed to be allocated to climate and environmental goals. And InvestEU is divided divide into four basic segments of financing. Sustainable infrastructure, and here the share of green investments is higher because 60% of the whole financing under the Sustainable Infrastructure Program is supposed to be allocated to those particular goals. Innovation, research and development segments. A place will be found here definitely for the financing of green technology, so important from the point of view of reaching the objective set in the European Green Deal. Financing for SMEs, but also social financing, investing in social skills, social capital. And this final area, I believe, is an excellent example of this financing as part of the just transition mechanism. And what is worth emphasizing, this just transition mechanism is not only the just transition fund, so important in Poland, but also the other pillar of the just transition mechanism, namely the component of just transition as part of the InvestEU program. And the third pillar of just transition, namely the so-called loan instrument for the public sector. And this is something that may prove particularly useful in Upper Silesia, where 1.5 billion euro in grants will be combined with 10 billion euro in EIB loans, and this is supposed to go to just transition projects among other regions in Upper Silesia, so mainly in just transition regions, where this financial support, this financing of decarbonization processes, but also of other social projects related to the creation of new jobs, will be particularly important. And the European Investment Bank will definitely want to draw on its experiences in terms of financing territorial self-government entities in Upper Silesia. These experiences have been excellent and very extensive.
Let's have a look at the representative of the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy. We are moving to the Department of Structural Funds. So what are those proven EU tools of support for individual?
Dzień dobry, bardzo dziękuję. Ja przede wszystkim cieszę się z tego, że możemy rozmawiać o obszarze, który jest wymagający, ale z drugiej strony ma zapewnione finansowanie unijne i finansowanie krajowe. Tak słuchałam przedstawicieli Komisji Europejskiej i całego dzisiejszego spotkania. Ja myślę, że jak każdy wymienia poszczególne instrumenty, tak żadno z nas nie jest w stanie stworzyć kompletnej listy, bo ważne jest, że tych instrumentów mamy naprawdę bardzo dużo. Przy czym my, Szanowni Państwo, odpowiadając, ja reprezentując Ministerstwo Funduszy Polityki Regionalnej, a więc resort, który w imieniu rządu, w imieniu państwa polskiego zarządza funduszami unijnymi, bardzo chcemy i robimy wszystko, aby kierując środki na dekarbonizację, na transformację energetyczną, na tak zwane zielone projekty, podchodzić holistycznie, ale również ambitnie. I to podejście objawia się kilkoma kluczowymi elementami. Przede wszystkim to jest bardzo oczywiste, że bardzo duży strumień środków jest skierowany wprost na inwestycje, które mają bezpośredni związek z ochroną klimatu. Mamy to oczywiście bardzo szeroko dziś omawiane efektywność energetyczną, odnawialne źródła energii, działania związane z suszą, z powodziami, bo o tym też musimy pamiętać, że przeciwdziałamy nie tylko klimatowi, ale te zmiany klimatu już są i musimy dostosować się do zmienionych uwarunkowań. Ale zielone projekty to nie tylko ukierunkowanie i koncentracja środków na działania proklimatyczne, prośrodowiskowe, ale również inne patrzenie na inne sektory, które wprost ze środowiskiem, z klimatem nie mają bezpośredniego związku. Mam tu na myśli chociażby sektor transportu, które w ramach pakietu Fit for 55 planowany do objęcia obok budownictwa systemu ETS. I nasz resort odbywa się oczywiście wspólnie w kooperacji z Komisją Europejską. Dba o to, że gdy mówimy o transporcie, na przykład, to mówimy o transporcie zielonym. Innymi słowy, zamiast takiej dużej intensywności wsparcia dla sektora drogowego, bardziej promujemy sektor kolejowy. Zamiast indywidualnych środków transportu mówimy o systemowym rozwiązaniu mobilności publicznej. Więc mówiąc o narzędziach, mówimy o bezpośrednim kierowaniu, o pośrednim promowaniu nieoczywistych środowiskowych, ale chciałabym jeszcze o kilku narzędziach wspomnieć. One już w dotychczasowej naszej praktyce były stosowane, ale na pewno będziemy chcieli je wzmocnić. Na pewno jest to dla nas wyzwanie. Musimy podjąć maksymalne starania, aby temu zadaniu sprostać. Przede wszystkim i to czeka i to chcemy wypromować na gruncie wszystkich funduszy unijnych, niezależnie na jakim poziomie te fundusze będą realizowane, czy na poziomie krajowym, czy na poziomie regionalnym. Bardzo nam zależy na tym, aby wszystkie, absolutnie wszystkie projekty widziały ochronę środowiska jako element immanentny element swoich inwestycji. Niezależnie o jakim sektorze mówimy, czy mówimy o szpitalu, czy mówimy o muzeum, czy mówimy o rewitalizacji dworca kolejowego, na pewno będziemy wymagać i te narzędzia się sprawdziły i będą wzmocnione, aby promować chociażby rozwiązania związane z gospodarką cyrkularną, na pewno promować zieleń. To się oczywiście zaczyna od niewycinania zieleni drzew wokół, ale również rozwijania nowej zieleni. Również elektromobilność. Chcemy, aby przy każdym albo większości obiektów, które będą wspierane ze środków unijnych, były chociażby instalowane punkty do ładowania pojazdów elektrycznych. Też promocja odnawialnych źródeł energii, instalacja paneli fotowoltaicznych, pomp ciepła, etc. Więc to jest jedno z narzędzi, które chcemy, aby było rozpropagowane, czyli bardzo holistyczne i horyzontalne spojrzenie, absolutnie niesektorowe na ochronę środowiska i działania na rzecz klimatu naszej planety. Drugi ważny aspekt, gdzie my chcemy również, tak trochę abstrahując od sektora, zastosować, to promować efekty. W rezultacie promować efekty środowiskowe. Może to się odbywać na przykład poprzez, jeżeli będziemy mieć do czynienia z instrumentem zwrotu spożytku, bo fundusze unijne oczywiście osadzają się przede wszystkim na dotacji, ale my również promujemy formułę zwrotną, pożyczki, wejścia kapitałowe, gwarancje, etc. Naszą ofertą będzie na przykład ktoś osiągnie wyższy efekt środowiskowy, tym potencjalne na przykład wyższe umorzenie części pożyczki. W przypadku grantu może to być na przykład wyższe dofinansowanie unijne, a mniejszy wkład krajowy. Zdarzało się również i to również będziemy chcieli utrzymać, aby prowadzić pewnego rodzaju działania offsetowe. To znaczy będziemy, w zależności od podmiotu, który taką sytuację finansową będzie miał stabilną, promować rekompensatę w przyszłości w jakiejś perspektywie czasu za dodatkowe finansowanie unijne, zrealizowanie zarówno wartość tego dodatkowego wsparcia, jak i inwestycji o charakterze środowiskowym. O zielonych zamówieniach to oczywiście to nie jest sprawa nowa, ale bardzo powszechna i one również będą bardzo powszechne na gruncie funduszy unijnych. Ale co ja bym bardzo mocno chciała podkreślić i dołączyć się do tego, co się niejednokrotnie pojawiały, przede wszystkim edukacja ekologiczna. Stawialiśmy na nią dotychczas, ale myślę, że nacisk położony zostanie dużo większy absolutnie na wszystkich poziomach. Bo o ile państwo, czyli podmioty instytucjonalne są pod pewną presją działań inwestycyjnych, widzimy w jakim kierunku nasza planeta się zmienia, widzimy co się dzieje i jest to jakoś taka świadoma instytucjonalna odpowiedzialność, ale obserwujemy bardzo niski, relatywnie za niski poziom wiedzy i świadomości na takim najniższym ludzkim poziomie. I tu chciałabym się bardzo mocno do tego głosu dołączyć. Działania edukacyjne, uświadamianie, patrzenie, że sprawa klimatu to jest wspólnota, a nie gdzieś problem, który poza nasze horyzonty wychodzi. I co jest ważne, ja już może tego wątku nie będę w tej chwili rozwijać, ale musimy wszyscy pamiętać i to będzie dosyć ciężkie narzędzie. Musimy się zmierzyć z regułą do no significant harm, czyli nie szkodź poważnie środowisku. Jest to nowe narzędzie, które Komisja Europejska zastosowała do wszystkich funduszy unijnych. Jest ono ambitne. W pewnych obszarach może być bardzo restrykcyjne, ale to narzędzie, które promuje chociażby rodzaj materiałów, które wybieramy w procesach budowlanych, technologii, czy bardzo sztywno określone parametry operacyjne danej instalacji, danego obiektu. To wszystko będzie na nas wymuszać prośrodowiskowe podejście. My oczywiście jesteśmy w dialogu z Komisją, ustalamy te szczegółowe techniczne parametry, ale ja myślę, że to będzie bardzo duże i poważne narzędzie, z którym na pewno będziemy musieli się zmierzyć, a przede wszystkim skonfrontować nasze możliwości
inwestycji. Returning from the web to the Silesian Stadium, we've heard about a few perspectives. I would like to inquire the representatives of the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. What do you hope for, and what can you offer? Let me show you a couple of slides at the beginning to highlight where we are in terms of the implementation of the program. Since the program is already available for a couple of years now.
No oczywiście w Narodowym Funduszu jest cały szereg programów, które...
Now there's a number of different programs and schemes implemented under the National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management aimed at air quality improvement. Clean Air is the kind of a flagship program here, and let me focus on that initially. Just as a reminder, the goal of the program is obviously to improve the quality of air and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions through replacement of heat sources and construction of energy efficient buildings. We do realize that the improvement of energy efficiency is equally important, but we are first and foremost focused on smoke fight and action for air quality improvement. Hence the key role of replacement of heating sources. It is supposed to be implemented by 2030, so roughly at 1/3 of the progress of this program. 103 billion Polish zlotys to be allocated, most of which as loans from the banking sector, the rest as a kind of a complementary funding. The very fundamental goal of the program is obviously to enable changing inefficient heat sources with efficient ones, namely in 3 million residential buildings. This is a rough estimate. We don't know precisely how many of these furnaces really have to be replaced. We will definitely know more in mid next year once we receive the results of a survey from the central record of emissivity of buildings. Currently, the program comprises two sections, two parts, depending on the level of income.
Jedna to jest dla osób.
One is dedicated to persons with slightly higher income, up to 1,000 Polish zlotys per annum per applicant. The other dedicated to persons with lower income with a higher level of co-funding, and here it is income per capita per household which matters. The persons that actually exceed those income thresholds, so they are not eligible for the first part even, for them the thermal upgrading relief is available. And obviously the intensity of the funding depends on the income level. It is significantly more dedicated to persons that cannot provide self-sufficiently for thermal upgrading or replacement of heating sources. The program has been evolving continuously. A big change took place last year following the amendment to the contract aimed at making the principles easier or to speed up the application preparation or to increase the availability of the program instruments, thanks to which we managed to shorten the time for the application processing significantly, by the way. We've also deployed a number of different IT instruments, refining of individual applications for grants and subsidies, or calculators for the parameters of installation materials. We publish a list of, let's say, eco-friendly green materials, those that are eligible for co-funding under the program, and other significant facility in terms of how one is looking for materials and tools. It's also been stressed many a time that we've been doing our best to actually collaborate with municipalities, the entities that find it significantly more easy to reach the individual communities and inhabitants. We are signing contracts and agreements with individual municipalities for incentive programs, for creation of contact points and consultation centers, for them to be remunerated for supporting the very process of writing applications. Now, we've already signed up roughly 2,000 agreements with communes, which still means that in spite of all the incentives, 500 are not interested in this collaboration, unfortunately. Mid-2021 was the point when we added the bank path, as we called it, for financing. Banks provide commercial loans, and part of the installments of these loans are simply redeemed from the funds of the non-returnable schemes of National Fund for Environmental Protection and Water Management. There's also a possibility of providing collaterals from the BGK funds. So this is one of the most interesting instruments. The plans for the incoming future is to intensify our support for the less affluent, from the least affluent stakeholders of the program. Additionally, we would like to introduce certain facilities, or just to, give people a helping hand to lead them through the process and to increase their awareness by supporting them in making individual decisions concerning the activities eligible under the program. We've also launched a similar program but for multi-family buildings. We are still settling and accounting these programs. We do realize that this is a kind of a bottleneck there.
Po prostu te wnioski w którymś momencie blokują na etapie.
These applications, unfortunately, at a certain point get clogged, so to speak, or the system, the pipeline gets clogged at a certain point. And in summary, there are more than 350,000 applications already submitted for roughly 6 billion of co-funding, with nearly 500 applications under the banking part. This is not where we want it to be. We are roughly at 1/3 of the program, and only roughly 12% of the buildings have been successfully covered by the program. But we are accelerating. We've been, and we do accelerate. All the facilities that have been introduced caused that over the last year, quarterly speaking, roughly 2 times as much as before applications were implemented. In weekly terms, we are talking about even up to 5,000 applications. So this is is not little. This is actually an impressive number, and you can see clearly the increase this year. This is a very, very concise comment to the program. I don't want to obviously waste any more time, but if you have any questions, obviously I will speak up later on. We have 60 minutes of the discussion and we have to fill it up. So we are going lower to the regional level, straightly to the Silesian province. Agata Stach, Director for the Regional Development at the Marshal's Office of Silesian Voivodeship. She's with us. Could you provide us with your own perspective and the perspective of the province? The main challenges up to 2027, obviously, vis-a-vis co-funding systems.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Tutaj bardzo mocno.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. So the Marshal and the board of the voivodeship have been emphasizing very strongly the strategy adopted unanimously, the Green Silesia strategy. So already in the strategic documents, there were very strong directions for development. And this direction, this green, environmentally friendly direction Silesia has embarked upon was really very clearly indicated. And preparing this document, we looked at the offering from the Commission level also. So these source of financing available from the Commission level, we also started to look at LIFE projects. So also for Horizon project, we started collaboration with institutions so as to kind of prepare this area from the higher level to face in the best possible way to tackle in the best possible way the need to prepare our region for just transition, and also updating of the regional strategy for innovation, which has been very strongly emphasized. And this edition, this update has been going in the direction related to transition to the green economy, and these are two very strong indicators, followed by the voivodeship board and the Just Transition Plan, preparation for transition of the region. Those were the first documents constituting the basis underlying the direction and the method of going forward in the 2021-2027 perspective. And looking at this, we have a certain flow dedicated to the Silesian voivodeship. As part of the partnership agreement, the government party determines the measures within which the Silesian voivodeship will be operating. As far as European funds go, we know that we have this and that figure of 7.2 billion, and we have 2 billion from the other pool. So these are the funds we have available, and so for us it's most important to make the best possible use of them and to plan them as well as possible. But planning these funds, we look at our institutions around us. We look at this Commission level, at the offering which is possible from Commission level. We also look at the offering from the European Investment Bank, with which our cooperation has been great. And this is a bank with which we have an agreement signed, and we've been implementing these funds in our present perspective. So we are constantly discussing it to make this offering coherent. We've been working closely with the Ministry of Development and Regional Policy, and we want to have as big as an amount of funds flowing into the region as possible. We want the highest possible coverage with funds. We also have the national funds on top of that, which are actually managed by the voivodeship, by the Regional Environmental Protection Fund. And so this is the element that actually influences our operational program. Looking at the operational program for this current perspective, looking at what is going on nowadays, as the previous speaker mentioned, we are calculating the figures that it's a wow effect in terms of themes related to renewable energy sources, of thermal upgrading of buildings. These ratios have been actually exceeded several times, or 140%, 160%, up to 300% the actual performance. And this is the credit for this goes to the voivodeship board, board to a significant extent, which has been generating additional support in the green directions. And the strategy has already set the directions, and the Voivodeship board has already said that they would strengthen these green directions and transition-related directions. So additional sources, we will have REACT-EU funds, an additional Commission instrument, 80 million extra zlotys added to this in this current perspective. But this perspective, has already been accounted for. We signed the agreement. Everything is on the part of the beneficiaries. All this huge work to certify the funds of the European Commission. As far as this new perspective goes, we have 1.5 billion euro available for, strictly speaking, themes related to the environment, to environmental protection. And as far as the operational program goes, this operational program adopted by the Voivodeship board on the 3rd of November has been extended and supplemented by priority number 8 related to transition, Just Transition Fund. Our offer says everything, actually it shows everything: the European Regional Development Fund, the European Social Fund, the Just Transition Fund. All this is supposed to go to the Silesian Voivodeship, and out of this offering, this 1.5 billion euro is directly allocated to these environmental measures. 703 million euro from one, and from the Just Transition Fund, that's 763 million euro. Now, if we look at what these funds will be allocated to, well, this is about energy efficiency of public utility buildings, residential buildings, businesses, renewable energy sources. Then we have funds for the northern sub-region, and from the Just Transition Fund we have this whole component of renewable energy sources for the remaining 3 sub-regions of our voivodeship. We look at this in a complementary manner. We do not overlap the source of financing. We want to take a complementary approach as much as possible. We have this circular economy component, this whole component related to adaptation to climate change, to drought mitigation, to flood mitigation, protection of our rescue services, and we have this whole component related to protection of biodiversity, of biological sites, areas, our nature. And our strategy also includes natural aspects, and we point to how powerful they are. We want to develop these areas, and obviously we also have some areas of strategic intervention related to air pollution, which are not something to boast about, and this is a kind of counterbalance. We need to fight against these areas, and as I said, energy efficiency, RES, also aspects related to urban transport, zero-emission transport. We're also operating for the sake of zero-emissions transport, but these are the supplementary measures which keep appearing in other actions, in other components mentioned by the director from the Ministry of Funds and Development Policy. And so this is all kind of mutually complementary, and this is a whole array of measures also related to reclamation of post-industrial, post-mining areas, giving them new functions, restoring them to nature, and giving them these natural functions.
Zwróciła Pani uwagę na bardzo ważną rzecz.
Yes, you pointed to a very important thing, namely to the aspect of industry. The Silesian Voivodeship associated, still, I guess, the kind of dominant stereotype outside. People who haven't visited the Silesian Voivodeship have no idea as to just how diversified this voivodeship is, how diverse it is. And in the northern part we have this forest cover, and in the south we have the beautiful Beskid mountains, and we also still have industry which is changing, in some cases faster, in some cases in line with the environmentally friendly spirit, in other cases with major problems. And we would like the Silesian Voivodeship associated with the heavy industry aspects. We would like it to actually be able to breathe freely. So a question for Ms. Joanna Sabat. How should we support the communes? How to reconcile what's industrial and what's innovative to make sure that what's industrial is more eco-friendly to a large extent?
Dziękuję bardzo za głos. Szanowni Państwo, trudno
I tu Pani
dodać.
Joanno, postawimy na chwilę kropkę, bo będziemy chcieli Panią usłyszeć. Proszę o
Joanna, we would like to hear you, so if you could unmute your microphone.
Wydaje mi się, że powinno być dobrze.
I guess it should work now. I'll just repeat the question. How to support these post-industrial communes with what's innovative?
Dziękuję bardzo za to pytanie i dziękuję ślicznie za zaproszenie.
Thank you for this question. Thank you for the invitation. Now, wishing to add to what you've been talking about, I would like to point to two spaces in which our institution seeks to operate, namely climate co-institution, the community of innovation and knowledge. And I believe that this word community actually says a lot about how we work and what kind of support we want to provide. So we connect all kinds of institutions. We connect the private sector, the public sector. We connect young entrepreneurs, startups with mature research institutions, and we seek to make sure that the space for collaboration exists in this our local space, but also European space. We seek to go beyond these borders, and this allows us to think about innovation, I believe, in an interesting way, and thinking outside the box, building projects which are systemic in their nature, and which can help cities, institutions to act in a sustainable way and to constantly be innovative in what they do.
Drugi element, na który
Another element I would like to draw your attention to
związany jest...
is related.
No właśnie, może przepraszam.
Okay, let's perhaps. I believe this was an answer to your question, so I guess I'll stop here. I don't know if you should elaborate on this or not necessarily.
Hello, słyszymy się dobrze?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you perfectly well. Thank you very much. By all means, this is spot on, and a similar question I would like to ask of Agata Deru. We have heard about this joint fight for clean air, and indeed it is the case that regardless of the level we're at, everyone has to contribute their own thing to make this big project happen, so that our future horizon can be green. And so let me ask, what is the role of the other philanthropic organizations in this?
Dzień dobry, czy słyszymy się dobrze?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, it's perfect.
Dziękuję, ja bardzo za zaproszenie, dziękuję za
pytanie. Thank you for the invitation, thank you for the question. Indeed,
nasza rola
our role, the Clean Air Fund and similar philanthropic organizations have a supporting role with regard to all the measures and actions that have been mentioned today. We work mainly with civil society institutions, with NGOs, and we support their actions in terms of building public awareness, in terms of implementing already existing legal regulations and capacity building.
Wspierać organizacje, tak żeby one rosły w sile, rosły w kompetencjach i były w stanie więcej dobrego robić. Nie jesteśmy sami oczywiście, są też inne organizacje filantropiczne, które wspierają podobne działania z zakresu czystego powietrza, środowiska czy zmian klimatu, na przykład Europejska Fundacja Klimatyczna czy Bloomberg. To są takie nasze organizacje siostrzane, z którymi staramy się wspólnie wspierać organizacje pozarządowe w naszych krajach. My jako KAF siedzibę mamy w Wielkiej Brytanii, ale staramy się działać na terenie Unii Europejskiej. Polska jest naszym krajem strategicznym, a w Polsce 3 województwa głównie i Śląski jest naszym pierwszym strategicznym województwem, obok niego Małopolska i Mazowsze. Także działamy z organizacjami lokalnymi, z organizacjami ogólnopolskimi, tak aby wspierać projekty związane z ocieplaniem budynków, czy z ogrzewaniem budynków, z zrównoważonym transportem, z kwestiami związanymi z przejściem na jak najczystsze źródła energii. Staramy się też mobilizować innych fundatorów, ale również inne organizacje do tego, żeby uczestniczyły w debacie europejskiej, bo jak wiemy, jak słyszeliśmy dzisiaj od moich poprzedników, tych funduszy europejskich jest już dzisiaj bardzo dużo na działania związane z ochroną środowiska, powietrza czy klimatu. Mogło być jeszcze więcej i o to my zabiegamy. Wiadomo, że Polska czy Europa Środkowo-Wschodnia potrzebuje większego wsparcia niż Europa Zachodnia. Staramy się mobilizować organizacje właśnie z naszej części Europy do tego, żeby w Brukseli głos był coraz bardziej słyszalny. Zakres naszego wsparcia jest mniejszy znacznie niż te projekty, o których moi poprzednicy wspominali, też z uwagi na naturę naszego wsparcia, dlatego że my nie inwestujemy w twardą infrastrukturę czy w wymianę dla przykładu kominków, natomiast inwestujemy w ludzi, kapitał ludzki i w budowanie świadomości, budowanie więzi, że zaczynamy od bardzo małych grantów, które idą do małych organizacji kół gospodyń wiejskich, bardzo lokalnych, czasami jednoosobowych, czasami organizacji, to jest na poziomie nawet 1000 złotych, do wreszcie dużych, wieloletnich partnerstw strategicznych, gdzie przekazujemy milion dolarów. Także to jest dosyć duże spektrum. Jesteśmy otwarci na pracę z nowymi partnerami, także jeżeli dzisiaj na sali są organizacje, które chętnie podjęły nowych wyzwań, zapraszam do kontaktu ze mną.
Thank you very much for this very important matter, and I would like to add a voice from Jana Sabat, an inquiry about good practices and some conclusions, because we are obviously interested in every single euro cent spent on these matters. So what, according to you, are the main challenges of the 21st century? Obviously, if we are short and clean up, there will be no more field for discussion. So at the beginning, let me refer to some examples, actually quite close examples of certain cities with which we collaborated supporting individual focused projects such as Madrid or Amsterdam. But to me, these examples, these practices are important to the point because they pertain to support, to thinking about adaptation to climate changes and to how our cities change, but support in a systemic manner. Our effort is largely consisting in, well, how we put it, actually facilitation of individual things. We are talking about a lot about financing. There are so many different streams of funds, so many different instruments, but they all require very profound insight, very profound conceptualization. They require ongoing process of efficiency assessment. It also requires that we learn about which directions, which paths give us the best efforts,
z naszych
best
regionów.
effects.
Także właśnie
It
w
also
tym
requires
staramy się
sharing
wspierać
experience between regions. That's precisely what we are
pracujące z nami
trying to do
miasta,
and what we are trying
pracujące z
to
nami gminy,
focus while working,
do czego
co-working
bardzo
with
gorąco
cities and
zapraszam.
municipalities, to
Może
which
też
I
dodam,
obviously
że
warmly
szukamy partnerów,
encourage all
którzy z
of
nami
you.
chcą udać się w tą ścieżkę.
We are also looking for
Bo staramy się mieć i wierzymy w taki
institutions
właśnie
that
łączący
want to
charakter
embark on
pracy.
this journey together with us.
Wydaje nam się, że
Because it seems to
wyzwania
us that
klimatyczne
the
właśnie
climate-related
wymagają
challenge is
wspólnoty i
precisely
współdziałania.
what requires
Tylko tak możemy
collaboration and cooperation acting hand in hand. Let this be a conclusion and the food for thought that we are left from based on this meeting. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to all speakers and all attendees, we are thankful for you being with us. We have this impression that we really touched upon the very key matters and you actually introduced in a very user-friendly fashion all those instruments. And I'd like to thank Wilhelm Muzdewirth, representatives of the Cleaner Unit for the Director General for Environment Policy Officer. A big hand to you. And I'm having a look to Barbara Kam, Deputy Director for the Department of Infrastructure Programs at the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy, who's been with us.
Dziękuję uprzejmie, dziękuję Państwu.
Thank you for being with us and thanks for your time. We are thanking women in first place, Agata Deru, Portfolio Manager for East and South East Europe Clean Air Fund. Thank you very much for being with us.
Pani Joannie Sabat.
I would like to thank Joanna Sabat, CEE Developer Ecosystems Development for Demand Generation and National Systems Transformation Climate Kick. Thank you very much for being with us. But also many thanks to the gentlemen. But before we get there, Małgorzata Stasiak, who's actually the host here, director for the department at the Department of Regional Development of the Marshal's Office of Silesian Voivodeship Marshal's Office, and thanks to gentlemen, Grzegorz Rapsztyn, head of the Office of European Investment Bank in Warsaw. Thank you very much. Thank you. Best regards. And Paweł Bartoszewski, team leader for the National Fund of Environmental Protection and Water Management. Thank you very much. And to everybody with us. This is how we close the first day from the perspective of a room, at least room number 2 here of the Silesian statements. And we obviously invite you to tomorrow's discussions. Day 2 is in store for us. We thank you for today. Keep healthy, think about climate and green projects for the best definite interest of us all. Best regards from the Silesian Stadium. Thank you.